Coming up on Destination Tomorrow, we take a look at NASA's Aviation Safety Program. We'll look back at some highlights of the program and find out what the future holds for aviation. All this and more next on Destination Tomorrow.
Hello everyone, I'm Steele McGonigal.
And I'm Kara O'Brien. Welcome to this edition of Destination Tomorrow.
On this episode, we'll be focusing on the pioneering work that has been completed by NASA's Aviation Safety Program.
Throughout NASA's long history, one area of constant focus has been in aircraft safety. From its predecessor agency, the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, until now, NASA's researchers have worked tirelessly to make flying safer for all of us. Today in the United States, over 600 million passengers fly safely every year, making flying the second safest form of mass travel in the world, with only elevator and escalator rides being safer.
But even with this incredible record, NASA personnel are constantly striving to make it even safer. With this in mind, a pioneering program called the Aviation Safety Program was developed in 1997 to help raise the level of safety to even greater heights. NASA planners, in cooperation with the FAA and the White House, formed this program to research and develop technology that would significantly reduce aircraft accidents by the year 2007. This program has been enormously successful in researching and developing cutting-edge technologies to make flying safer. On this episode, we'll take a look back at some of the stories that we've previously featured on Destination Tomorrow, and we'll find out what's in store for the future.
Our first segment will look at the Single Aircraft Accident Prevention Program, or SAP. This program uses data available from aircraft and simulators to identify and correct aircraft system problems before they lead to fatal accidents. Here is the story as it first aired.
We've all heard that flying is the safest way to travel, and statistically it is. Even as our world's airspace becomes more crowded, flying today is actually becoming safer. But unfortunately, fatal aircraft accidents can still occur. That's why researchers in the Aviation Safety Program are working on revolutionary technologies that may make fatal aircraft accidents a thing of the past. The Single Aircraft Accident Prevention Project, or SAP, is part of the Aviation Safety Program that is developing new technologies that may help pilots recover and safely land an aircraft from a potentially fatal event. I spoke with John Foster in the Vehicle Dynamics branch at NASA Langley to find out more about SAP.
Well, the SAP project is developing systems that will anticipate failures on the airplane before they occur and help the pilot recover the airplane if an out-of-control event should occur.
What's an example of an out-of-control flight situation?
Well, there are a number of factors that can contribute to an airplane loss-of-control accident. These factors can be both internal or external to the airplane. Some external factors may include severe weather or just poor visibility. Some internal factors, though, could include some failure in the control system, as well as a structural failure or just an inappropriate crew input.
In many of these situations, catastrophic failures cause the pilots to lose control of the airplane, resulting in a fatal accident. Researchers in the SAP project are working on new technologies which they hope will prevent these types of accidents from ever occurring again. They are developing a series of revolutionary systems that will not only detect and predict system or component failures before they become severe, but are also developing automatic control recovery systems, which will actually help pilots recover an airplane from an upset situation. Okay, so how do these systems help a pilot out? I mean, how do they work?
Well, the Vehicle Health Management System is being developed, which will continuously monitor the airplane's health and compare that to the math model for a healthy airplane. In case a disturbing trend or an anomaly occurs, it can send that information to the ground crews and they can take the appropriate maintenance action to fix the part after the airplane lands.
Wow, kind of like an onboard doctor.
Exactly, that's why it's called health monitoring. Another system being developed as part of the SAP project is the control recovery system. This system is being designed to help the pilot in case the airplane gets into a loss of control situation. That system will carry a math model of a normal maneuvering airplane on board. And if the system detects that the airplane is about to enter a loss of control situation, it can alert the pilot and help him to recover the airplane, or it can automatically recover the airplane for the pilot.
These systems will not only be able to help a pilot regain control of an aircraft quickly, but will also be able to help land an aircraft that has suffered catastrophic damage. With these new systems on board commercial planes, pilots will be able to maintain safe flight even under the most adverse flight conditions, potentially making fatal crashes a thing of the past. Okay, so the systems you've mentioned are obviously computer systems, but we're standing here in a wind tunnel. How does wind tunnel testing help?
Well, wind tunnels are used to develop pilot training simulators. We can take the data out of the wind tunnel for extreme flight conditions and put that in the simulator and allow the pilot to experience an out-of-control event and conduct training to learn how to recover from such a situation. Our goal is to provide the most realistic training possible for the pilots in case they would enter a loss of control situation.
John, how will these systems be tested before being implemented on an airplane?
Well, there's several methods that we can use to test the systems before they are actually implemented in the airplane. One is to use a subscale, dynamically scaled flying model of the airplane. In that model, which is remotely controlled, we can install the actual systems in onboard computers and then fly the model through various out-of-control flight conditions and then see how the system works to recover the airplane.
What are your hopes for the future of this project? I mean, what are the future goals of SAP?
Well, flying is already a very safe form of transportation, but accidents still occur. And our goal in this research is to develop systems that will specifically help reduce those kind of accidents and save lives.
Coming up, we'll find out about a new computational tool that is being used to help analyze aircraft data. But first, did you know that NASA has developed a synthetic vision system that can help prevent aircraft accidents? The synthetic vision system incorporates a high-resolution display, GPS, and a detailed terrain database that shows outside terrain even in low-visibility situations. This outside view will help eliminate one of the deadliest forms of aircraft accidents, called controlled flight into terrain. It does this by displaying terrain obstructions on a clear, unambiguous, and easy-to-see display panel mounted in the cockpit. This system is currently being incorporated into military and business jets, and is also being adapted for commercial flights. With this system active, controlled flight into terrain should be a thing of the past.
On any given day, roughly 87,000 planes are in the skies over the United States, with about 30,000 of those planes being operated by commercial carriers. With this number of flights, aviation experts work hard to make sure that all these aircraft are safe. To help ensure their safety, a new statistical and computational tool developed by NASA is being used to study the data from every flight. This tool, called the Morning Report, is compiling vital information and placing it into an easy-to-use database, catching potential problems before they lead to accidents. It works like this. Every commercial flight has computers on board that monitor systems. These computers record huge amounts of data looking for any anomaly. But due to the sheer number of flights every day, not all flight information was being monitored by ground crews in a timely fashion. To help change this trend, the Morning Report was developed to take information from every onboard computer in an airline fleet, then compile it into a detailed list which is supervised by aviation experts each morning. If anomalies are found, a safety analyst will look at the aircraft in question immediately. This early notice is allowing engineers to potentially catch problems that could lead to an accident. The Morning Report system is now being incorporated into many commercial airlines here in the United States.
Even with these new advancements to catch problems before they happen, we know that accidents can still occur. But when accidents do happen, the chance of surviving them has increased significantly in recent years. From 1983 to 2000, the National Transportation Safety Board investigated 26 major commercial accidents involving 2,739 people. A total of 1,525 of those people survived the accidents, or about 56%. Much of the reason for this increase in survivability is due to better design and crash testing. NASA has worked tirelessly to improve aircraft safety by developing key programs and facilities to research crashworthiness. One facility, called the Impact Dynamics Research Facility, or IDRF, has been in the center of much of this research. We've spoke with researcher Lisa Jones about the IDRF facilities in an earlier program to help us understand how the facility works.
Although most of us don't like to think about it, the thought of crashing creeps into almost every passenger's mind when boarding a plane. We all know that air travel is the safest form of transportation known to man, In fact, statistically, you'd have to fly once every day for more than 8,200 years before you'd be involved in a fatal aircraft accident. But tragically, we know that crashes do occur. Fortunately, NASA operates a unique facility called the Impact Dynamics Research Facility, or IDRF, to research and conduct crash testing of full-scale aircraft. The knowledge learned here is making air travel safer in the unlikely event of an accident. I spoke to Lisa Jones of the NASA Langley Research Center to find out about this one-of-a-kind facility.
Well, 80% of most accidents that occur now are survivable accidents, but we're working to bring that number even higher so that people who are involved in an accident that is classified as survivable walk away. But our main goals have to do with aircraft crashworthiness, testing them and improving them so they're safer to fly in. And the way we test these aircraft is we suspend it from the facility and allow it to swing like a pendulum into different surfaces. And we instrument the aircraft and put crash dummies on, and we collect the data during the test and look at it after the test, along with a lot of high-speed film and a lot of photographic information, and determine if real people will be injured or not. And then we also use the information to change structural things in the aircraft to improve how well it absorbs energy and takes it away from the occupants and prevents them from being injured. So that's basically crashworthiness, preventing the occupants from being injured in a crash. The facility was here already. It was the Lunar Excursion Module Simulator where they trained astronauts to land on the moon. Then in the 70s, there's a lot of aircraft accidents, small general aviation aircraft accidents. And we felt that it was time to do something about it. And so we actually recycled the facility so that we could lift these aircraft and crash test them.
The IDRF team set out to discover why crashes that should have been survivable were actually incurring fatalities. In the course of their testing, they found that most of the deaths caused in what should have been survivable air crashes were not due to fire injuries as you might expect, but were in fact due to load injuries. A load injury occurs when a brief but extreme amount of force is exerted on the body. During testing, researchers discovered that passengers were experiencing the full force of the impact of the plane during a crash, producing enormous, unsurvivable load forces on their bodies. This is very similar to crash data discovered by automobile makers. Car accidents of the past were much less survivable than crashes in recent years. This is because newer automobiles have been designed to absorb and dampen the majority of energy in a crash, keeping passengers safer. The researchers at IDRF began designing and implementing new dampening systems to be placed on board airplanes. New systems like energy-absorbing seats dissipate and absorb energy during a crash, greatly reducing the load weights being experienced by passengers. This single change has saved many lives.
We found that changing the seats has made a lot of difference and saved a lot of lives. However, there's more we can do. We need to look at the whole system, like changing the structure so that not only do we have the seat stay attached, but energy is taken out of the system through the structure itself. And they're wearing special restraints that keep them in their seat, and also may even put airbag technology in some of the aircraft. And for large airplanes, we're even looking at changing the design so that it will deliberately brake in certain places. Then we can determine where not to put hot things or sharp things or fuel lines and things like that so that people can get out or egress through these openings in the large aircraft.
Lisa, a lot of the things that you described are things that NASA and the industry are doing to make flying safer, but is there anything the general public can do to make flying safer?
Yes, you can check your luggage, all of it if possible, because things in the luggage bins do become flying objects in a crash event. Computers, for instance, are very heavy objects, and if they come flying through the aircraft at landing speeds of 200 knots, then you have an issue because it will definitely injure people. People are not replaceable, things are, so if you can check the luggage, then you're doing a great service to prevent injuries in an accident. We want people to walk away from these survivable events and not have any injuries, and we're working hard to get there.
Did you know that NASA researchers are working with industry to better train pilots and airline personnel? In recent years, NASA researchers have developed textbooks and web-based programs that help increase pilot proficiency in an automated cockpit, while also improving training for maintenance crews and inspectors. These programs are increasing awareness and helping to prevent future accidents from ever occurring. In recent years, NASA researchers have also been focused on reducing fuel flammability and in detecting fires aboard aircraft. In fact, NASA recently won the prestigious R&D 100 award for a fire detection system that has a very low false alarm rate. Dust, dirt, and aerosols frequently fool current fire detection systems, creating about 200 false alarms for every real fire. This is problematic for many different reasons. When a fire alarm goes off, a pilot will immediately initiate emergency landing procedures and will divert the flight to the closest airport. This is not only inconvenient, but is also very expensive, costing the airlines about $50,000 for each false alarm. It's clear to see that this new NASA system will not only save money, but also make flying safer.
NASA has also worked to reduce the chance of an explosion inside an aircraft's fuel tank. When some fuel tanks are not completely full, research has found that wiring inside the tank may cause sparking. This sparking could ignite the oxygen contained in the empty space, causing an explosion. To fix this problem, researchers have designed a fuel system that can replace the oxygen in empty spaces with nitrogen. This works well because nitrogen suppresses fire while oxygen feeds it. Coming up, we'll take a look at a unique facility that is designed to test aircraft icing. But first, did you know that even if the engines on a large commercial aircraft fail, it should be able to glide safely to the ground? Most commercial jet aircraft have approximately a 15-to-1 glide ratio, which means it will glide 15 feet for each foot it descends. At this rate, an airplane flying at 35,000 feet can glide for about 525,000 feet, or 100 miles.
Weather conditions play an important role in all flights. Perhaps one of the most dangerous conditions that can affect aircraft is ice. Fortunately, NASA researchers have been using a unique facility that can simulate the icing effects on aircraft.
Thanks for the ice. You know, there's nothing like a beverage chilled with ice during a long flight. Inside an airplane, ice is something passengers desire. However, outside an airplane, ice can be dangerous, especially if it forms on the wings or engines. I had the opportunity to speak with Judy Foss Van Zanti at the NASA Glenn Research Center in Cleveland, Ohio. She's researching the effects of icing on aircraft at a unique facility called the Icing Research Tunnel. Researchers at this facility study the formation of ice on the exterior of aircraft. So while flying, the only ice you'll need to worry about is the ice inside your cup.
Well, I'm standing right here in the Icing Research Tunnel. Right here we create on Earth what it's like for an airplane to fly through an icing cloud up there. To do that, we got to make it windy, cold, and wet. Now right now I'm standing in front of the fan. We have the fan to create the wind, and in the test section, which is a much smaller cross-sectional area, we can get winds up to 400 miles per hour. So that's about as fast as a plane might fly through in an icing environment. We create the cold with our heat exchanger, 1,700 ton. It can cool 500 homes. That's how big it is. We can get from 0 Celsius down to about -20, which is where the icing might occur in nature. And we have spray bars. The spray bars is what makes the icing tunnel. We create the rain. We create a mist that the airplane would fly through. Now the thing about the spray bars is the researchers need to control both how much water is in the cloud, the liquid water content we call it, and how big the drop size is. And we have spray bars specially designed to create those conditions. So in our test section, we create what it's like for a plane to fly through an icing cloud.
So why did NASA build an icing research tunnel?
As it turns out, during World War II, the Allies lost more aircraft to icing than enemy fires. They were trying to fly supplies over the Himalayas. So the Air Corps turned to NACA, that's NASA's predecessor, and asked them to build an icing research tunnel so we could understand what was going on and how to fix the problem.
So what do you test in the icing research tunnel, or the IRT?
What we test in the IRT is what makes sense to test. Now if you think about it, if you're in an airplane flying through an icing cloud, what surfaces are most critical to keep ice-free? Well, it's the wings, which provide the lift, get you off the ground, and it's the engine inlet, which provides the forward thrust. So we typically can test just those components, just the wing or the engine inlet.
So what happens when ice forms on an airplane's wing? Well, ice can disrupt the airflow over a wing and will eventually cause the airflow to separate. This separation of airflow creates more drag and less lift. If ice continues to form, The wing will no longer produce the appropriate amount of lift needed to keep the airplane in flight. In some cases, ice creates airflow separation over movable parts, like an aileron. This could create handling or control problems, and the plane could suddenly roll.
As the wing is flying through the air, the ice only accumulates around the leading edge. So that's why ice protection systems only wrap around the front part of the wing. The biggest factor in how the ice grows is temperature. So if it's really cold, the water droplet comes in, hits the front part of the wing, and freezes on impact. And you get this nice pointy rime shape. The more dangerous ice comes during warmer conditions, those closer to freezing, where the water comes in, hits the leading edge, and actually runs back a little bit. If that happens, the next droplet might come in, see that droplet that is frozen, and start to grow. So you might get these ram's horns that grow upstream. Now that significantly disrupts your airflow, and that's way off design, and that's very bad.
Judy, tell me a little bit more about the icing protection system. Do all planes have it?
There's what we call an anti-ice system, where you don't allow the ice to grow at all. That's if you got a very hot leading edge. You see that in jets. Then there's a de-icing system, which has pneumatic boots, that the boots will wrap around that leading edge. They'll inflate and pop the ice off. So you let the ice grow, and then you got to get it off. The pneumatic boots are typically what you see with turboprop aircraft.
Does icing affect planes in, say, a warm climate?
Icing occurs everywhere. You've got to be aware of it. I've got a pilot friend who told me the worst icing he encountered was flying from Florida to the Caribbean in July at 16,000 feet. The worst icing he ever saw. But icing really can occur anywhere and any time. One of the things we do here at NASA is to have better designs. So maybe a system that would automatically turn on the ice protection system if a sensor goes up. The short-term solution is to train the pilots and educate them about how to detect icing, how to be aware of it, train them how to get out of the icing environment if and when they need to. Ideally, icing is a non-issue in the future. We're working to get there.
For many of us, fear is the biggest problem when it comes to flying. We thought it may be helpful to present you with some statistics that may or may not be helpful to those of you who are fearful flyers.
First, your chances of being involved in an aircraft accident are approximately 1 in 11 million, while your chances of being killed in an automobile accident are about 1 in 5,000, proving that the most dangerous part of your flight is the drive to the airport.
One last fact. Statistically, you have more of a chance of dying from the food served on board the flight than being involved in an aircraft accident.
Most people who have flown in an airplane have experienced turbulence. NASA is working on new warning systems to help pilots avoid dangerous turbulence. Paula Vaden has more.
If you've ever flown in an airplane, you are probably familiar with turbulence. Even for the most experienced flyers, the sudden, sometimes violent, irregular air motion can be an unsettling experience. In most cases, turbulence is merely an inconvenience that passengers and flight crews must endure. But in cases of severe turbulence, the violent shaking can not only cause serious injury to passengers and crew, it can also be fatal. In an effort to help aircraft avoid turbulence, researchers at NASA are testing new onboard aircraft systems. The Airborne Research Integrated Experiment System, or ARES, uses experimental systems that detect turbulence minutes before an aircraft encounters it. This new system may allow pilots to avoid severe turbulence, making flying safer. I spoke with Neil O'Connor in the Crew Systems Branch at NASA Langley Research Center to find out more.
You can think of turbulence as any phenomena in the atmosphere that's going to upset the airplane. Changes in wind that can cause the airplane to be disrupted from its normal flight. You can also get turbulence whenever you have wind rushing over the top of a mountain. The leeward side of a mountain can be very turbulent. You can also get turbulence wherever the jet stream is active. There's a high wind speed in the region of the jet stream, but slower right nearby. Thunderstorms can cause turbulence. Everyone knows right nearby the storm, but sometimes even 50 or 100 miles away in the clear air, you can get turbulence from a thunderstorm.
So Neil, how are pilots avoiding severe turbulence now?
For the most part, pilots have several simple options. They listen to the radio to hear if other pilots have already encountered turbulence in that area. So that means somebody's already been hit. They can also look at their onboard radar and try to, based on their experience, can extrapolate what they think might be, but it's not really foolproof. And they can also get a general forecast from the government sources or from their own airline.
Okay, we got some turbulence now. We're about 3 miles short.
Though seldom damaging to modern aircraft, turbulence is the leading cause of in-flight injuries among passengers and flight crews. On average, 58 injuries aboard aircraft are reported each year. 98% of these injuries occur when unsuspecting passengers or crew are unbuckled or out of their seats when an aircraft encounters turbulence. Currently, there are no instruments on board aircraft to detect turbulence before a plane encounters it. NASA researchers hope to change this by incorporating new turbulence radar systems within existing onboard weather radars. With this new radar system in place, researchers hope to provide pilots with enough warning to either avoid the turbulent area or at least give passengers and flight attendants enough time to return to their seats and buckle up.
The radar system itself will just be a software upgrade to the existing wind shear radar that's already on board the airplanes. The beauty of that, of course, is that since it's just an upgrade to an already certified piece of hardware, it should be relatively inexpensive because you're just incrementally changing what's out there already.
So Neil, tell me how exactly this new system's going to work.
The way it'll work for the pilot is that he'll flip a switch that's labeled turbulence, and then he'll have the new software running. It'll be running mostly at cruise altitudes where pilots typically allow people to move around the cabin. It's not a problem when you're climbing or descending because everyone's already strapped in. So if you have a turbulence encounter there, it's not a big issue because everyone's already buckled in. But we want to help make a difference at altitude when you don't always know there's going to be turbulence out there. And this new product will be able to increase the capability of the system and increase the pilot's confidence in the accuracy of the system, leading to a better and safer environment.
Besides radar, is there any other kind of research with turbulence?
Doing other research, both onboard and otherwise. The onboard system is called the in situ turbulence warning system, and that's a system that uses accelerometers on the airplane to measure what the airplane feels at a given moment. That'll be transmitted automatically to all other airplanes in the general area, along with the location. And a receiving airplane will take that data and adapt it to its own size and class of airplane, and then assess whether or not it's a threat to that airplane. And if it's a threat, then it'll tell the pilot. Another way of enhancing what we have now is improving our forecast capability. And that gets into modeling of the weather and other phenomena of the atmosphere to better understand what the potential is for turbulence.
So Neil, what are your hopes for this project?
Well, the ultimate goal, of course, is to increase the safety and reduce injuries caused by turbulence on the airplane. Right now, it's very easy to prevent injuries when you know you're going to have turbulence. The pilot says, hey, we got to buckle up for a few minutes. Everyone does it, no one gets hurt. But you don't always know the turbulence is coming. So sometimes if you don't know, people are walking around and the plane gets a lurch, someone's going to get hurt. And that happens now. So we know we can make a difference by improving the product.
That's it for this edition of NASA's Destination Tomorrow. Thanks for joining us. I'm Steele McGonigal.
And I'm Kara O'Brien. For all of us at NASA, we'll see you next time.
With their striking spots and characteristic tear marks, they're an icon of the African plains.
And the very definition of specialization.
Perfectly adapted to their environment and engineered for speed.
They're one of the top athletes in the animal world and the fastest animal on the planet.
They're playful, social, and capable of developing lifelong bonds, even with members of a different species.
Humans impact their territory, but we also have the opportunity to preserve them.
Let's discover cheetahs on this edition of Saving a Species. Welcome to Saving a Species. I'm Bill Street. Cheetahs are one of the most fascinating yet misunderstood animals in Africa. Today we'll learn about these amazing cats. And to help us discover the world of cheetahs, we've enlisted the help of these cheetah experts. We've also got something that may be a first. We'll see firsthand the speed of cheetahs, but not in Africa, in the middle of a pro sports arena. Chuck Carreau joins us with a quick sneak peek.
Bill, with access to a professional sports arena, we're hoping to do something that's probably never been done before. Now, here's the plan. We're going to run the cheetahs along the length of this professional football field, capturing their every move with the high-speed camera. That's going to give us the ability to see details that we wouldn't be able to see at regular speed. We're going to gain a better appreciation for the speed and power of the cheetah.
But before we observe cheetahs at full throttle, we really need to know what's under the hood. And for that, we turn to our cheetah experts, veterinarians Pete Black and Alex Cole.
Hi, I'm Pete.
And I'm Alex.
And between the two of us,
we know a little something about cheetahs.
For instance, look at what's happening in this shot. What you see is a big cat chasing its prey.
But what we see is one of the most highly engineered predators on the planet. Think of it this way. There's a huge difference between this
and this. Everything about a cheetah is built for speed. That's the cheetah's advantage as a predator. Without the speed, there'd be no dinner. It's all about adaptation. Going from the base model to something designed for one purpose, high-speed pursuit.
high torque engine, performance handling, aerodynamic, sleek and beautiful. Sounds like my cheetahs.
Check it out. A cheetah's chest is supersized, with room for an extra large heart and lungs, which generates power for the muscles. The legs are long and slender, with extended tendons.
And those tendons really kind of act like shock absorbers. Keep in mind that the cheetah really needs the performance handling package.
Most kinds of cats, like this vicious animal here, have retractable claws, but not the cheetah. The cheetah's claws are fixed, just like an athlete's cleats.
Traction helps with control. But to move at really fast speeds, you have to be aerodynamic. You've got to be able to cut through the wind like a knife. And that explains the cheetah's head. It's noticeably smaller than other cats. It's almost as if the head was shaped in a wind tunnel.
Shh, he doesn't like to talk about his little head. He's kind of sensitive.
Sorry, but look how beautiful that head is. Those very distinctive black stripes under the eyes, they absorb the sunlight and prevent it from getting reflected in his eyes. Combine that with those gorgeous spots for an air of camouflage. Mix all that together with his speed, you have one of the world's most fearsome predators. Now let's talk about steering. Not this kind of steering. This kind of steering. If I move this boat rudder in this direction, the boat heads off over here. But if I move it back over here in this direction, well, you get the picture. A cheetah's tail works much in the same way as a boat rudder does. All right, sit up. By swinging the tail from one side to the other, a cheetah is able to make quick maneuvers at high speeds. So, as the gazelle is zigging and zagging, the cheetah is able to stay in hot pursuit. Speaking of pursuit, you might think the subject of speed is pretty obvious. A cheetah's legs are moving faster than those of its prey, right? Well, let's put the obvious to the test. Watch as Pete runs. His legs are moving really fast, but in short strides. Now, here's the same run, but Pete's taking long strides. Look at the results. The run with the fewer, longer strides clearly produces the best speed. And that's the cheetah's real secret for conquest. Big strides. The cheetah spine is extra long, super flexible, and easily the most muscular part of their body. It's the spine that allows all 4 feet to leave the ground at once. In fact, cheetahs are actually airborne half the time they're running.
Yes, it turns out that all that power comes at a price. To run at full speed, cheetahs generate heat. A lot of heat. It's no different than if I race this engine at full throttle. Do it for too long, and things start to overheat and break down. It's the same principle for cheetahs. Air intake goes from 20 breaths per minute to 160. Meanwhile, the internal temperature climbs as high as 105 degrees Fahrenheit, dangerously close to brain damage. Which means a cheetah's good for about 400 to 600 yards, and then that's it. Stop or blow the engine. Now you know the strengths and the weaknesses of cheetah power. Now as for us, I know cheetahs might need a rest, but I'm ready for another spin. Hit it.
Now we're ready for action out at Tropicana Field. Ordinarily, this arena is home to a baseball team, but for today, the stadium has been reconfigured to a football field. And as you're about to see, our own Chuck Garreau is taking advantage of the opportunity to show you cheetah speed in a way you've never seen before.
Watching cheetahs run here at Busch Gardens, Tampa, that's pretty amazing. But just how fast is the average cheetah? What we really need is a gauge for speed that we can all relate to, like a professional football field. Now, with everything measured out in yards, this is the perfect place for us to see speed. I'm out of breath. Now, what we're about to try is unprecedented. 4 cheetahs from Busch Gardens, Tampa are going to be given the opportunity to run the length of a football field. Meanwhile, we'll capture all the action with cameras placed here, 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 and one up there. Also, take a look at this. It's an ultra-high-speed camera. If all goes well, we should capture some incredible details. But first, let's address safety. So, Tim, tell us about the protocol that goes into all this.
Well, we locked down the stadium today. I brought all of my trainers with me, and of course, the cheetahs have been trained for this behavior. All we need to do now is put them on the field and let them do what they do best.
Let's do it.
All right.
Okay, it looks like our first cheetah is ready to go, and the clock is counting down. Now, there's no guarantees. It's all up to the cheetah. He's either gonna run or he's not gonna run. But if it all goes according to plan, this might be the very first time that the world's fastest land animal is running on a field that's usually reserved for the fastest humans. Ooh, here we go. Whoa, look at that. He is just burning down the field right there. That's absolutely incredible. I can't wait to see how fast he's going. Okay, now let's take a look at it again, but this time on the big screen. Now, imagine that you're the prey. Realize that the cheetah, in theory, could keep up this speed along the length of several football fields. That's absolutely breathtaking. It's amazing to think about it. Now, remember, we also captured this in extreme slow motion, so let's take a look at that. This is the level of extreme detail we were hoping to see. Look, the speed is almost instantaneous. In the first 30 yards, he's already up to top speed. You can see his spine elongating with every stride. That's what's giving him the power. And look at that tail. Now, this is a straight run, so the tail stays pretty steady. But if this cat were chasing prey, you can bet that the tail would be shifting from one side to the other, changing balance for quick maneuvers. And watch the head. It's always pointed straight forward, always locked in on that target. As our team sets up for another run, let's talk about what would be happening if the cheetah were running at these speeds out in the wild. All right, now, I'm a cheetah, and I've just landed a gazelle. I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm pretty wiped out right now. And remember, I've been running at incredible speeds, and I'm getting dangerously overheated. I just need to relax and cool down, but hope that some other predator doesn't come along in my weakened state and try to steal my meal.
Can I get up now?
Oh, sorry, Dave. Good job being a gazelle. So, okay, I dragged my prey out into this shaded area, and I am full. Time to just kick back. After all, with a 50% catch rate, I am one of the most efficient predators on the African plains. I'm just saying. I got nothing to prove. So I'm just gonna sit back, digest, and watch the scenery. That's tomorrow's lunch. Okay, it's now time for our next cheetah run. The clock is set, the radar is ready, and he's off. Look at those yard lines going by. Now, a lot of football players dream of speeds like this. Okay, let's call up the actual time and speed. Not quite as fast as the first one, but it's still pretty doggone fast. Now, make no bones about it, these guys are running at average cheetah speed, and they can run faster if they need to. Which leads us to our next setup. What if we were to compare these average cheetahs to a human in top condition, an athlete known for speed and agility? That's exactly what we'll see when we return to the gridiron with a side-by-side comparison you won't want to miss.
Chuck, we can't wait to see the human to cheetah comparison. We've now learned about several cheetah adaptations and seen a demonstration of their incredible speed. But how do cheetahs behave when they aren't chasing prey? Let's learn a little bit more about the social lives of cheetahs from someone who works with them every day, animal care specialist Ashley Lutz-Nelson.
To understand cheetahs, you have to first know where to find cheetahs. While a small population survives in Asia, most of the world's estimated 12,000 wild cheetahs dwell in the open plains of Africa, which makes perfect sense. The tall grass of the savanna provides ideal camouflage. And when the moment is right, the cheetah leaps out of hiding and springs into action, taking full advantage of speed and maneuverability. Whoa, 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 let's stop right there. If this is the cheetah image you were expecting, a solitary cat living and hunting on its own, then you're only partially right. Unlike other certain big cats, cheetahs can be highly social. For instance, while a female cheetah prefers isolation, male cheetahs are just the opposite. They band together in small groups called coalitions. There are no hard rules who joins a coalition. Often, it's brothers from the same litter. Though some coalitions do include unrelated males. Either way, one of the male cheetahs will emerge as the dominant leader of the coalition. The coordinated approach of a coalition provides lots of advantages: greater success as hunters, greater protection from other predators, and better odds when it comes time to fight single male cheetahs for territory. Males in a coalition are also much more likely to do well in finding mates, and that's where things get a little peculiar. Remember, in normal situations, the female prefers isolation, but come mating time, everything changes. Now, there's nothing unusual about employing a few upgrades to attract attention. A little makeup, some sweet-smelling perfume, maybe a cute top, all perfectly normal, right? Well, when it comes to cheetah's means of attraction, let's just say it's a bit unusual. When the female is ready to mate, certain hormones are released in her urine. This new scent attracts males and sends a clear signal to all potential suitors. It's mating time. Mating can include frequent contact over several days, but then the males lose interest and disappear, leaving the female to raise their young. Cheetah mothers nurse, groom, and do the best they can to protect cubs from other predators. Honestly, though, the protection part has its severe limitations. Even though mom moves and hides the cubs frequently, it's still a losing battle. With lions, hyenas, baboons around looking for an easy meal, as few as 10% of wild cheetah cubs make it to adulthood. Despite all the surrounding hazards, cubs still somehow manage time for play. Rough and tumble games prepare young cheetahs with the skills they'll need to survive. They also begin learning and practicing the cheetah way of communicating. If you're expecting the roar of a lion, sorry, think more of the lines of this guy. Cheetah vocalizations include bird-like chirps and bleating noises, as well as hissing and growling, and a good amount of purring, just like this house cat. Okay, so not the most fearsome in the sound department. However, with mom's help, cubs do grow into formidable hunters. By the age of 18 months, cheetahs are ready for their own territory and their own coalitions. By 3 years of age, the female cheetah is ready for mating, and the whole cycle starts over again. Now, as social animals, it makes sense that cheetahs form relationships with other cheetahs. However, in special situations, cheetahs are capable of forming relationships outside their species. Just consider the case of Cassie and Matani. Cassie came to Busch Gardens as a rescued cub, and from the start, caregivers knew they had a challenge. With no other cheetah cubs around, who would Cassie form a sibling relationship with? The solution? Another rescued animal, but not a cheetah. Instead, the animal care team found a yellow lab puppy in need of a home. Enter Matani. After initial introductions, the two quickly became the best of friends. They play the same roughhouse games, they share the same habitat, and eat their meals together just like you'd expect to see with coalition siblings out in the wild. And even as Cassie now rapidly matures into a full-grown cheetah, the sibling bond with Matani still endures, proving that a cheetah's need for social connection transcends the instinct to stay with its own species. Just like coalitions in the wild, Cassie and Matani are expected to stay together for the rest of their lives.
Now it's time to go back to Tropicana Field, where our own Chuck Carreau is ready with a special guest and the Human Cheetah Challenge.
You're looking at a top-conditioned athlete known for making fast runs and quick maneuvers, just like a cheetah. So, how will this human athlete compare to the star athlete of the animal world? Let's find out. In each of our cheetah runs, we've had a camera up in the catwalk recording all the action. Now, it's time to use that footage. And thanks to some video magic, we'll be able to see the human and cheetah in a direct comparison of speed and time. It'll be as if both were running side by side. How you feeling today?
Yeah, pretty good.
Pretty good? I'm assuming you've never done anything like this before, race against a cheetah.
No, never even dreamed of anything like this. Kind of looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean, not everyone has the opportunity to race against a cheetah, but you're going to do it.
Yeah, definitely, you know, being a fan of big cats, it's a great opportunity to come out and you know, do something that I like to.
Now, any thoughts on how you're going to compare?
Probably not very well, you know. They're pretty fast animals, so we'll see what happens.
They are fast, but I hear you're pretty fast, so we're going to see.
All right, we'll see.
Well, it looks like he's ready, and he's off. Now, we knew this man was fast, but he is going fast. He is not holding back. That is cheetah speed right there. Let's see how he compared against the cheetah. Here's his top speed, 24 miles per hour. Now, by human standards, that is impressive. But now, let's take a look at the same footage and bring it head-to-head with the cheetah. And here they are, side by side. The cheetah's immediately off to a faster start, and take a look at this. The cheetah's already at the 50-yard line. The human athlete is only at the 30. So how do you feel it went?
Exactly how I thought it was going to go. I didn't win. So, you know, like you said before, they're the fastest land animal and really didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, you got to respect. You got to respect the power of the cheetah.
Absolutely.
All right, thanks, man.
No, thank you.
Looking at the slow motion, you can see similarities and dissimilarities. Both have long strides. Both exhibit incredible focus, but the difference is definitely in the time. The cheetah's top speed, 44 miles per hour. Meanwhile, our athlete's best speed, 24 miles per hour. That's a 20-mile-per-hour difference without the cheetah even knowing he's competing.
What you just saw is just the beginning. Check out behind-the-scenes views and additional high-speed cheetah run footage at shamutv.com. Our care for these animals illustrates a positive example of the human-animal connection. However, we wouldn't be telling the whole story if we didn't face a hard truth. Cheetahs are in a race against time for their own survival. As Conservation Ambassador Julie Scardini explains, although human impact has played a heavy role in pushing cheetahs to the edge of extinction, we also have the ability to ensure their survival.
You're looking at the oldest of the big cats. In fact, the earliest known cheetahs date back some 4 million years. But to understand the plight of the modern cheetah, you just have to go back, 10,000 years, to the end of the last ice age. By the time things thawed out, as few as 500 cheetahs existed, which means today's cheetahs all come from a handful of common ancestors, sharing so much DNA, it's as if they're all identical twins. This lack of genetic diversity limits their breeding success and ability to ward off disease. Despite the small gene pool, cheetahs were able to build up their numbers over the years. But then came the worst threat of all, human-caused impacts.
The cheetah is an animal that doesn't do well in protected game reserves, so that 90% of the cheetahs living out in Africa are found outside of protected areas where they're in direct conflict with humans and their livestock.
No matter how you add it up, cheetahs are on the losing end of that conflict. In a relatively short amount of time, cheetah populations have suffered dramatic declines. Hunting and poaching have definitely taken their toll. However, the real impact comes simply from the number of humans now living in traditional cheetah ranges. There's less prey to hunt and less space to hunt in.
Most of the cheetahs are found in fragmented populations. 2/3 of them are very small populations, maybe 50 animals, 25 animals, throughout about 2/3 of the countries.
Which is why groups like the Cheetah Conservation Fund are so important. As head of CCF, Dr. Lori Marker hopes to stabilize and restore cheetah numbers.
From our base in Namibia, where we have a research and education center, we're working to save the wild population of cheetahs from Namibia and throughout the range.
So here's the basic challenge. You've got humans that need land to grow food and raise livestock. You've got cheetahs that live on that land and sometimes have to prey on that livestock. You want to save the cheetah, but you don't want to hurt the farmer's livelihood. What do you do?
We work with the farming community to protect their livestock, grow their wildlife, and actually maintain landscapes that allow predators like the cheetah on their land.
The Cheetah Conservation Fund also provides one other key solution: dogs. Specifically, Anatolian Shepherds. CCF breeds and then places the dogs with farmers to guard their stock. And the Cheetah Conservation Fund teaches the farmers how to care for and utilize the dogs. And they also provide free medical care for the animals. To date, nearly 200 Anatolian Shepherds have been placed as livestock guardians and have had a dramatic impact by reducing the number of wild cheetahs trapped and killed in Namibia. And cheetah conservation can also happen closer to home. The White Oak Conservation Center here in the U.S. is renowned for research, rehabilitation, and conservation of a variety of animals, including cheetahs. The goal is to increase genetic diversity and bolster population numbers.
Every cub that's born, we look at within a 2-year period trying to place them into another zoological institution. The Cheetah Species Survival Plan sets up so that we can look at the genetics of all the individual animals, and then we'll have a better idea of who should be breeding with whom and who shouldn't be breeding with whom, which is very important as well.
This work to strengthen the cheetah's genetic mix, combined with a better general knowledge of cheetah numbers and movement, as well as conservation in their native ranges, should contribute greatly to this amazing cat's survival. But when it comes to saving a species, the work of conservancies like White Oak and the Cheetah Conservation Fund are only part of the story. The other part is you. There are so many ways to get involved, plus a wealth of online resources to turn to. One place to start is our own Shamu TV Saving a Species webpage. Make a visit, learn more about cheetahs, and then share the knowledge with your friends. Before you know it, you'll be plugged in with people all over the globe, all committed to making sure cheetahs stay with us for generations to come.
Now let's turn back to our experts for a quick recap of what we call Saving a Species Wild Round. Each expert has 15 seconds to give a quick overview of their top content takeaways. Remember, 15 seconds, starting now.
With today's demonstration, we should all walk away with a greater appreciation for the cheetah, a magnificent animal, knowing that when its survival's on the line, it can be even faster and more agile in the natural environment.
Everything about a cheetah is over-engineered.
That big old heart.
Flexible spine.
Non-retractable claws.
Black stripes under the eyes to absorb sunlight.
Skyliner, yeah, I like it. Rudder-shaped tail.
Really tiny head.
Don't mention the head because they don't like it.
Oh, it makes them faster though, it's aerodynamic.
Tigers don't have little heads.
Cheetahs are an amazing and unique species of cat. They're playful, they're social, they form coalitions with their brothers that last a lifetime. They even have vocalization similar to small cats, even though they're as big as a large cat.
There's no reason cheetahs can't survive. It just takes awareness, knowledge, and positive actions. After all, it worked for the American alligator, the elephant seal, and the bald eagle, to name a few. When we care, do the science, and act, we can all help save species.
Today we've learned about cheetah adaptations, their speed and social life, and hopeful plans for their conservation. But that's just the beginning of the story. To learn more about cheetahs and other incredible animals, visit shamutv.com. Each week we'll post activities, games, and behind-the-scenes videos to help inspire you to make a difference in the lives of cheetahs. We'll also encourage you to become a fan of the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund Facebook page. Until next time, I'm Bill Street saying thanks for watching and for your part in saving a species.
In our sports-crazed world, finding better ways to compete has become an obsession for a lot of us, whether it's at the amateur level or all the way to the top levels of the professional ranks. All of us want to improve our abilities, and today, technology is making that easier than ever. Welcome to NASA 360. I'm Jennifer Pulley, and today we're going to see how technology that was originally devised to help pilots and astronauts can now be found in sporting equipment that can be used by all of us. Okay, so here in the States, one of the most popular sports is football. And for those of us in the stands, how fun is it to watch the game wrapped in a blanket on a brisk fall day? But of course, months before the chill is in the air, the players begin preparing for the season by practicing in the broiling heat of the summer. Unfortunately, the heat, exercise, and all those pads can lead to heat stroke. Luckily, a NASA-developed technology is now helping protect players from being overcome by heat stroke. Johnny Alonso traveled to Philly to see how this technology works.
Hey, how's it going? Okay, so if you've seen the show before, you know that NASA's done a lot more than just work on space and aeronautic problems. I mean, one of NASA's key objectives is to take what we've learned in space and apply it to everyday applications back here on Earth. Well, one technology originally developed for space is now being used to help keep athletes safe from heat stroke.
Now, heat stroke may not sound that serious to some of you, but it's the third leading cause of death among athletes here in the U.S., so it's really a big problem.
So how is NASA know-how helping keep athletes safe? Well, with this thing. I mean, it looks like a regular pill, but it's not. It's actually a small ingestible thermometer that can give you instantaneous core temperature readings from inside an athlete's body. Okay, so why would NASA need an ingestible thermometer? Well, just like football players, our astronauts wear a lot of equipment doing some pretty strenuous tasks, like spacewalks, for instance.
At NASA, a spacewalk is called an EVA, or extravehicular activity. Before astronauts prepare for a spacewalk, they first put on a really bulky suit. And these walks are not joyrides either. They're usually very strenuous repair or installation missions that can take hours to complete. During these missions, astronauts routinely perform lifting, pulling, and tugging to get the job completed. Now, current spacesuits are basically a self-contained spaceship. I mean, they have miles of heating and cooling elements inside them to help the astronauts stay nice and comfy even when the outside temperatures can fluctuate by 500 degrees in a matter of seconds. But even with heating and cooling units, astronauts still release body heat and humidity inside the suit, which could lead to heat exhaustion and eventually heat stroke. This is where the thermometer comes in. Ground controllers back at NASA can monitor the core temperature of astronauts on the ground while astronauts are working up in space. This monitoring is just another way that NASA helps to keep its crews safe. And back here on Earth, technology is helping athletes perform at high levels by providing instantaneous data about their core temp.
It was originally used by astronauts for the space shuttle, but now it's being used by amateur and professional athletes alike to keep them safe. So dig it. Traveled here to Westchester University, right near Philadelphia, to speak with a friend of mine who's leading the effort in preventing heat stroke in athletes. Hey, Sandy, how you doing?
Doing good.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Can you just tell me a little bit about this, about your core temperature device? How does it work?
They've got little sensors in them, like this.
Okay.
And they swallow those.
Right.
And then I'm able to walk up behind and punch their jersey number, and I get their body temperature.
Is that what you were just doing right now?
That's what I just did to that player.
No kidding.
Yep, he's at a little bit over 100.
A little bit over 100.
Yep, and they just started practice.
I know. Can you imagine what it's going to be like an hour from now?
I know. I know. We're using it actually in two ways. We're using it to just track the players' core temperatures to see how hot they get.
Okay.
From a clinical standpoint, we can use it to take the players out if they get too hot. And then I've been using it for several years to do research, which has really been a kind of cutting-edge research in this population. It's different from like the elderly who die in a heat wave. These players actually, when they succumb to heat stroke, it's called exertional heat stroke. Okay. And it comes from being very active in this population. They're doing physical contact drills. It's warm and humid out here. They're in full equipment.
Sure.
So it's a situation where they're producing more heat than they're able to get rid of. So their body temperature rises very high.
Heat exhaustion occurs when the body can no longer dissipate heat adequately because of the amount of heat being produced within the body. When this happens, in severe cases, the body becomes overwhelmed and begins to fail, leading to brain and organ damage, or even death.
Unfortunately, in 2001, Minnesota Vikings football player Corey Springer died when his core body temperature shot at over 108 degrees. His untimely death led the NFL to start studies to figure out how they can prevent this from ever happening again.
One of the NFL's test teams is the Philadelphia Eagles. So Dr. Folks Godek has been working with the Eagles for several seasons and has already helped save lives.
All right, so I know we're here at Westchester University and you're working with a lot of college students and everything. I've heard you work with professionals as well, correct?
Yep, been working for the past 6 seasons with the Philadelphia Eagles. You know, I started out thinking that rehydration using normal, rehydration drinks was the best way to go. I thought that it was dehydration that was the primary cause of athletes getting hot. And through my research with these guys, I found that that's not the case. So then we started looking at fluid balance and realized that these players can't stay in fluid balance, particularly the first 3 days of preseason, because they're not in electrolyte balance. And then that leads you to, okay, how are we going to put those electrolytes back? These offensive and defensive linemen sweat at an average rate of 2.5 liters an hour. So some of these players are losing upwards of 3 liters an hour, which might be 12 liters in a day of two-a-day practices. And the other thing that we found is that you can't just put the water back. You've got to put significant amounts of sodium chloride or salt back as well. And we're now to the point where we can actually tailor-make a rehydration electrolyte program for each individual athlete. So we've really decreased the incidence of muscle cramps. We have made these players feel better. Therefore, that should translate into a better performance, because they really see it as you're watching out for them. So in preseason, when you've got 90 players on a field, you want to make sure that you're not putting them in jeopardy. So that's why the core temperature monitor is really important.
All right, Sandy, so this is 91, right? This guy right here?
Yep.
All right, you want to show me what you're doing?
Yep. I'm going to put it in sports mode.
Okay.
Like that.
That's sports mode, players. Okay.
I'm going to push in 91.
So what did you just do? 102? Check that out, really.
102.3.
102.3. What if you do a reading and the player's temperature is actually too high?
We actually go more still on symptoms. So if their temperature is high and they don't feel good, they've got the symptoms that suggest exertional heat stroke.
Not just the reading.
Then, yeah, not just the reading. That's the first year I was up at Eagles camp. We actually were taking players out because we felt they were too high, and they were actually fine. So now it's a combination of how do they feel, and then what is the temperature when they're feeling bad. Actually,
I see.
And then we take them out, and the protocol is to obviously rapidly cool them down. Ice water immersion is the best way to do it. You can also do it pretty effectively with ice towels and those types of things.
Sure.
So it's a matter of getting their core temperature down as fast as possible. One of the myths people don't understand is it's not necessarily how high an athlete's core temperature is, it's how long they stay high. So even if they're at 106, 107, if they start to become symptomatic, it's a matter of rapidly cooling them. So you don't want to transport them from the field to the hospital. You want to initiate cooling right away. It's amazing that technology that was originally developed for NASA some 25 years ago has such broad implications in not just athletes, but huge implications in professions like firefighters and keeping our military safe and those types of things as well. So it's because of this technology that we've really gone way beyond what we were ever able to do in the laboratory setting.
All right, who can forget the stunning success that the swimmers had in the 2008 Beijing Olympics? Now, one of the big reasons for their success was the development of a specialized Speedo swimsuit called the Laser Racer. Now, this suit was proven to reduce the swimmers' time by about 2%. While that doesn't sound like much, over 60 world records were broken by swimmers wearing this suit. Johnny Alonso caught up with Olympic swimmer Katie Hoff in Baltimore to see how NASA wind tunnel technology helped in the suit's design.
Hey, how's it going? Okay, so as Jen just mentioned, NASA researchers are using their knowledge with fluid dynamics and wind tunnels to improve Speedo's Laser Racer swimsuit. All right, so wait, you're probably thinking to yourself, come on, how hard can it be to design a swimsuit? Well, let me tell you, it's hard. You have to test tons of different materials and designs, develop unique welding techniques, make sure that it conforms to international swimming standards, and much, much more. So after years of work with NASA, do you think Speedo's Laser Racer swimsuit was a success? Well, if you dial into the 2008 Summer Olympics, then you probably know it was a huge success.
Participants wearing the Laser Racer suits won 94% of the races that year. And check out the stats for world records broken. Over 60 of them were smashed by swimmers wearing the Laser Racer suit in 2008 alone. So this suit really made a huge difference.
In a few, I'll tell you a little more about how the suit was designed. But first, let's talk to one of those athletes who broke some of those world records.
I met up with three-time Olympic medalist Katie Hoff at the North Baltimore Aquatic Club in our mutual hometown of Baltimore, Maryland.
So you've been swimming for a long time. So when you put on the new suit, did it feel like it was going to make you any faster?
Definitely. I remember the first time I got to kind of test out the suit before I competed, and it was actually right over there, and I dove in the water and just popped up right away, just stopped, and I was like, oh my God, this suit is amazing.
So are there any obvious differences between the old suits that you used to wear compared to the new suit that you're wearing now?
Definitely. There are a lot of differences. I remember probably 2 suits ago, it was called the FS2, and I was only able to wear just a regular cut. I didn't cover my legs or anything else. And so that suit, it didn't have the compression that the Laser has, and even the next suit, the FS Pro, had some compression, but it wasn't the same in the core, and I didn't feel like I was able to kind of ride on the surface the way that I do with this suit.
All right, let's take a few minutes to talk about why the suit is so successful. But first, we need to talk a little bit about something called drag.
Whether you're an Olympic swimmer, an astronaut blasting into space, or even a passenger on a commercial airplane, everyone and everything has to deal with drag. Basically, viscous drag is the force of friction that slows down a moving object when it's traveling through air or water. So as you're moving forward, there's always the force that's slowing you down. The trick is to find ways to make an object move more efficiently. If you can do that, you can almost guarantee that object will use less energy.
So Katie, can you walk us through the suit?
Yes, well, this is actually only a Olympic issue one, because the other ones are usually just black. Okay. But so this is pretty cool. The sides when you did dolphin kick off the wall was really, really cool looking. Sure. So this is the main part when I was talking about the core. Right through here really stabilizes your core so that it's very tight and right. Almost like a corset. and so these part you want over your hips, and then these are this really gets your legs tight and streamlined, as well as the back of the suit. Basically girls don't look like girls anymore. It compresses everything, so that's kind of nice.
Takes all your curves.
Yeah, but it's definitely worth it, and helps you feel streamlined. And
is it constricting anywhere? I mean,
it's it's really tight. It's just something that your race isn't that long. You can handle it. Yeah. So you just don't you don't want to wear it for a couple hours. Probably not the best idea.
So what did you think when you heard that NASA was involved in the testing?
I thought that I thought it was great that NASA was willing to help us swim for swimsuits. You think NASA, you think space and all that. So right. It kind of gave me a lot of confidence in the suit, the fact that we were going to be backed with such a great technology.
Starting back in the early 1900s through today, NASA's been using its wind tunnels to test everything from rockets to aircraft to make them more efficient. With this base of knowledge, researchers at NASA, working in collaboration with Speedo, tested over 100 different swimsuit materials in wind tunnels to see how they would fare. After years of exhaustive study, one material stuck out. It was called laser pulse. This material was superior because it was not only efficient at reducing drag, but it also repelled water and was extremely lightweight, meaning it's the perfect material for a top-tier swimsuit.
And check this out. Even the seams on the suit were studied. Why? Well, believe it or not, seams produce drag as well.
Even if the seam only slows you down a little, in the high-stakes world of competitive swimming, that could be too much. Even 1/100th of a second can determine whether you finish first or last. So tests were performed on traditionally sewn seams and on ultrasonically welded seams to help them identify problem areas. NASA's wind tunnel results helped Speedo create a bonding system that eliminates seams and reduces drag, allowing the Laser Racer to become the first fully bonded full-body swimsuit with ultrasonically welded seams. This process alone reduces drag by 6%. Another benefit to the swimmer is how the suit is constructed. The suit provides extra compression in key areas to help a swimmer use less energy, allowing them to swim more quickly.
Translation: more medals and more records broken with the suit. Now, all this efficiency really paid off because researchers were able to reduce the skin friction drag on the previous Speedo FS Pro suit by about 24%. This reduction meant that swimmers using the new suit reduced their racing times by about 2%. With that kind of jump, man, world records began falling almost immediately and are still falling. Oh, and one more thing. Let's not forget that NASA's using its wind tunnels to make the aircraft we fly more efficient too. So, the next time you board an airplane, just know that NASA technology has helped make that plane safer and more efficient. Hang tight, you're watching NASA 360.
Almost all of us, at one time or another, have taken part in a competitive sport. I'm talking from Little League all the way up to the pros. There are a lot of current and former athletes out there. But even if you've never played a sport, you might have heard the term "in the zone." What exactly does that mean? Basically, it's when your mind and your body are working together in perfect sync, and you feel almost unstoppable while playing sports. For example, if you play basketball, every time you shoot, you just know that you're going to sink the shot. Or with golf, every time you putt, you know the ball is going in the hole. Of course, getting into the zone is not very easy. Sure, in practice, you could sink that foul shot every single time, but how would you do with that foul shot if you are trying to win the big game? You have 30,000 fans screaming at you and 1 second left on the clock. Not so easy, huh? That's why top pros and Olympic athletes spend countless hours training their bodies and minds to perform perfectly at crunch time. They try to build a bridge between the mind and the muscles to perform in sync together. So what can you do to help your chances of performing at crunch time? Practice, of course. But how do you replicate the feeling and stress that comes along with performing at crunch time? Well, would you believe NASA can help with that? My friends Dr. Pope and Dr. Prinzel have developed a cutting-edge technology called the Zone that uses biofeedback to help athletes train their mind and muscles for athletics. To show you how this works, we came to the Kings Mill Golf Course here in Williamsburg, Virginia, where we will be testing this device with LPGA golfer Catherine Hall. While Dr. Pope is hooking Catherine up to the machine, let me tell you a little bit about the device. It's called the Zone, which stands for Zeroing Out Negative Effects. Basically, it uses biofeedback to help train a person to put their mind and muscles in sync while performing a specific task, like putting, for instance. Now, originally, NASA used this type of biofeedback training to help pilots stay alert throughout long trips, but it was found to work in many other ways, including sports. The device works like this. An off-the-shelf golf putting practice system was modified to monitor either physiological conditions or brainwave functions within the subject. If the subject is too tense or has the wrong brainwave activity, several visual and auditory cues will give them feedback, which forces them to alter their present state. For example, if the subject is not at optimal levels, the putting surface will undulate, the hole size will decrease, and the mounting laser will swing wildly. But once the subject's muscles or brain waves are at optimal levels, the trainer will relax, allowing the subject to putt. The objective for trainees is a perfect putt every time, even under the most stressful conditions.
It's awesome. Like it makes you think about relaxing your body, and not just in your face, but the rest of you.
Professionals, just like everyone else, get nervous and excited, especially in a stressful moment, such as making a putt to win the tournament. The ability to be able to relax and focus and concentrate, but mostly clear your mind, not have all those swing thoughts, not overthink the putt is very important.
Tell us why NASA, or how NASA got involved with golf and biofeedback.
This research started out, we were looking at trying to improve the attention and cognitive state just for pilots and air traffic controllers, trying to help them do their job better. And what we discovered is some of the same responses we were getting with pilots while they were on the flight deck, or controllers while they were managing air traffic, was some of the same things that we saw from other research that was for golfers, for example. So we thought, well, we could apply some of this technology to helping pilots, because pilots and air traffic controllers really like golf. They like to do it in their recreation time. And this was a way that we can employ these techniques in a fun way, one that would make it very rewarding and keep them motivated, keep them wanting to keep doing this. And we've been highly successful with that. So we thought, well, let's just extend this and let's see if regular golfers would be interested in this technology as well.
Catherine, how has the Zone helped you, just in this time that you've been here?
Well, it's instant feedback on how relaxed your body is, and basically from head to toe. And when I'm over here and the laser's moving, as soon as I can calm everything down internally, then the laser stops and I'm able to putt at my best.
Now, do you get that feeling of stress inside? Maybe not here, but during a tournament? What do you do?
Well, when you're under pressure out on the golf course, everything gets heightened. Your heart beats faster and you get more adrenaline. And I think that the key for us out there is to control everything using our breathing, but this gives me another kind of physiological response and something else to think about that I can kind of tone down if I do get in a pressure situation.
Yeah, well, and you've really kind of controlled this machine. It's amazing to watch him.
Yeah, it only took a few, but I mean, it's great feedback, and I think, yeah, I'll probably be thinking about it now from more on.
Right. Can you do another one for us?
I'll try, yeah. Yeah.
So I heard you talk before about when you're getting ready to putt, you've kind of relaxed, but then you continue to stay relaxed based on this feedback.
Yeah, it's what it's telling me right now, and it's just, I think it's a calmness that you've got to learn to control, and you can control it as evidenced by this. So the faster that you can do it and the longer that you can maintain it, the better.
So is putting the only application for this type of biofeedback?
Putting was just the first application that we chose because a lot of the pilots and controllers reported that they enjoyed playing golf, and so this was one way we thought we could embed, in a fun way that we know that they would keep at it and keep practicing the skills that we had taught them while they were at our center. What we have found, though, is that since NASA's involved with quality of life, and what we've learned is that we can employ this type of technology in essentially any type of activity that people find enjoyable.
There you have it. As you can see, NASA technology isn't just being used in space. All of us can benefit from it in one way or another. That's it for now. For Johnny Alonso, I'm Jennifer Pulley. Catch you next time on NASA 360. Welcome to NASA 360. I'm Jennifer Pulley, and today we're going to see how technology that was originally devised.
Now with that kind of jump, man, world records began dropping and continue to fall. That's not the line. So the next time you board an airplane, just know that NASA technology has helped it make it safer and more efficient.
You had 30,000 screaming fans screaming at you. That's twice.
In a few, I'll tell you how. In a few, I'll tell you a little bit more. I'll tell you a little about how the suit. In a few, I'll tell you a little about how the suit. Here. Whoa! Production meant that swimmers using the new suit. So. With some of the athletes that take this in the studies, I mean, do they have to give this back to you?
You know the one you took earlier?
Okay.
You need to give it back to me.
Well, you're holding it right now.
I know. After you take it, you need to give it back to me.
To watch the game wrapped in a blanket on a cool, crisp day.
In a few, I'll tell you a little bit more how the suit was designed. But first, let's talk to one of those athletes who broke some of those world records. Good?
here. Thank you, mamas. There's our applause. Thank you, mamas, for getting them all ready. I got 2 of my own. That's a hard job, isn't it? Getting them all out the door. So, yay. I heard that you're going to be talking about, or are talking about, being creative at the library. Is that true? And using your imagination. Well, guess what Jess and I are here today to do? To see if you have your imagination turned on. That's right. To see if it's on. My name is Miss Debbie, and I used to be the children's librarian and used to work with that lady right back there. Who is that? Miss Donna at Smyrna Library. But the more important thing is that this fellow right behind me is my cousin Jesse. I want you to give him a big hand. Mr. Jesse, who can guess how old he is? Take a guess. 42. You're holding up good, Jess. Oh, what, anybody else? 17. You're getting on up. Who else? Anybody else? What do you think, baby? 12. Oh, you went down a little. You went down a little bit. 5. Oh, how old are you, Jess? He is 14, guys. When he was 4 years old, I want you to raise your hand if you're 4. When he was 4 years old, he started playing the keyboard. Do you think he used his imagination and his creativity? Oh, yeah. So he's the big one that's here today, that I'm so glad that he's here. All right, well, I tell you what. Let's get started by singing an old song. Everybody stand up. If you're happy and you know it, Mr. Jess is going to play with us. Here we go. Ready? Here we go. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, touch your nose. Funny face. If you're happy and you know it, touch your nose. Oh. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, touch your nose. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. Oh, if you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. Excellent job. Give yourself a round of applause. Have a seat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bottoms on the floor. I even see some friends from Smyrna out there. I see Miss Allison. I see all my friends. I'm so glad you're here today. Hey, you know what? The first thing we've got to do is see if our imaginations are turned on, right? We can't do this if it's not. Jess, did I bring anything? Let me look over here in my magic bag. Hey, I did. Look what I brought. That's right. Ding. Look what I brought. A doctor. Or it's that big long word Miss Debbie can't say. She said it. A stethoscope. But that's not what this one is. Look how different it looks. It's round on both sides. This is the great Imaginator. Did you hear that? The Imaginator sees if your imagination is turned on. I am coming out. Now, but there's one problem. When we get a little older, sometimes our imagination goes kind of down. But guess what? Yours is popping. Watch. Woo! Did you hear that? Oh my goodness. Now watch what happens when you put it on a mama. Watch what happens. Oh, it's in there. It just hadn't been used a whole lot. All right, let's try one more spot. Who else? How about this one? Can I put it right on the end of that? It might blow it up. Let's see. Are you ready? Woo! Did you hear it? Did you hear it? Oh, let's try one more. Let's try one more. One more, mama. One more. Oh, are you ready? Oh. Boy, this thing's good, isn't it? Let's see what happens when we put it on this Deb. Are you ready? It might blow up. You think? Here we go. Uh-oh. Not good. Well, guess what our job is today? Is to make sure everybody has got their imagination turned on. So now we got this out of the way. Whew, once we get to doing all this imagination and it's floating up in the sky, where are we going to put it, Jess? Did you bring anything today? I wonder if there's anything we could put it in. Did you really? That might work too. Let me try this magic bag. Oh, hey, are you using this, Jessie? You're not using that? That'll work. Let's see if it's empty. It looks like it does. Oh, is there anything in there? Nothing in there. What do we need to fill this up with? Money. I heard it. Go, Mama. What do we need to? What else can we fill it up with? Water or imagination. Are you ready? We got to turn it on. Are you ready? You gonna help me? Now we're gonna say an old saying. Are you ready? I like to read it, read it. I like to read it, read it. I like to. I like to read it, read it. I like to read it, read it. I like to read it. Oh. Oh no. It's hot. It's getting hot. Ooh. Ooh. Everybody say, y'all did that so good you turned it on and it got hot. Which means it's going to collect all of our imagination. Are you ready? Let's start by reading a book. That's the best way to do it ever. Look at this big old book. Look at this big old book. This is so old. This is so old, and there's so many things in here that'll help our imagination. Jesse, would you mind playing a little something with this? He will do a little bit of that. This is called If. What if zebras had stars and stripes? Wouldn't that be cool? Uh-oh. What if lightning made rhinos? It'd be something. They'd be trampling all over the place. Uh-oh. What if whales lived in outer space? Look at them. Walk it. It would be. Would they be heavy or would they be light? Light. Very good. Oh, this one tickles. Are you ready? What if butterflies were closed? Ooh, that would tickle, wouldn't it? Would that tickle? Yeah. Oh, this one's so cool. Hold your hand out in front of you. Hold your hand in front. What if music could be held? You ever think about it? You know what one friend said? He said, I'd put some music in this hand, and I'd put some music in this hand, and I'd cram it in my ears. How about that? That'd be kind of cool. He used his imagination. Oh, yeah, by the way, Jesse doesn't talk that much. He gets kind of shy, but he uses his new friend, his new keyboard, all right? So you might hear some funny stuff. Ooh, what if leaves were fish? Shoo! Would that stink? That stink. Uh-oh. Oh, this is gross, Jesse. Are you ready? What if toes were teeth? No! That be funny. That is funny. Uh-oh. Now, I hope I don't offend anybody in here. All right. I hope not. What if kids had tails? I didn't, did I? Oh, whew. Came close the other day. Almost. Hit that. It's an elephant. Yeah. Hey, what if cats could fly? Soaring above the clouds? Oh my goodness. Uh-oh. What if that old moon of ours was square? Whoa. I think we're filling our jar up every time we read a page. Ew. Another gross one. Are you ready? What if caterpillars were toothpaste? That's right. Oh, nasty. Uh-oh. What if old worms had wheels? Watch them go by. You ready? Whoa. Whoa. Did you see that fast worm? Oh, no. See, there'd be all that going on. Gotta call the insurance, huh? Well, the very last one says, what if ants could count? Right. You say, hey, ant, how old am I? And he tell you, isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? Give yourselves a hand. You are great listeners. I love it. no sounds. You know what? Mr. Jesse wants to make his sounds again. So let's do something. Let's have Mr. Jesse make some sounds on his new toy, and we'll figure out what they are. Maybe we'll make 100. You think? Let's make 100. Hold your hand up in front of you. Ready? Go, Jess. What is it? It's a heartbeat. Is that right? We're going to make 100. You ready? Hold your hand up in front of you. Go, Jess. A train? You think that's what it is? Is it a train? Ah, we did it again. You want to do one more? Ready? Go, Jess. Is that a helicopter? Yay! Give yourselves a hand. You made 100. Boy, our imaginations are just a popping. But you know what? Miss Debbie can't read for long and do all that stuff without getting some wiggles out. Are you ready to get some wiggles out? Mr. Jesse's going to do a song called Jump. All right? Let's stand up. I want you to clap those hands. All right. Let's get these wiggles all out. Clap way up high. Touch those flamingos. Woo! Uh-oh. Now, clap in the middle. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Go all the way down. Go all the way down. All right. The name of this song is Jump. I want you to jump. Go, 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 go. Jump, 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 jump. Get all those wiggles out. Oh, oh, God. Oh, God. Woo. Oh, oh, my goodness. Look at all the, y'all are moving everything. Woo. Oh, oh, oh. You know what? I can't jump no more. You just keep right on going. Okay, I think that's good. Is all your wiggles out? It's all of them? All right. Everybody have a seat on your body. Woo. Y'all are dealing with an old woman. I can't be jumping like that. Woo. Who used to do that song, Jesse? Van Halen. I can't be doing all that Van Halen. Woo. That's hard work. Good job, guys. Good job. Good job. Well, I got a book now that I think you've heard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Put those hands in your lap. Let's see what's next. You ready? Let's turn those ears on. You ready? Hey, Allison did it. Let's do that. I had old Miss Allison last year in my class. She's so sweet. All right, guys. I got a book right now that I think you've heard, but I think you're going to enjoy it because I'm going to need some friends to help me with this. And Mr. Jesse's going to be calling on friends that are crisscross applesauce, hands in your lap, and he's going to be calling them. Let's see. Jesse, how about these? Will they help you to see our friends? This is a big crowd. They got to help us? Let's see. You just come up here to me whenever you do. Get out of his way.
I see a guy in a blue shirt.
Guy in a blue shirt right there with the green collar on. Come stand with me, buddy. That's you. Looking around. It's you, sweetheart. Come here. Come here. You want to help me stand? Stand right here. Will you stand right here? Will you stand right there? Thank you, dear. All right, Jess. Who else you got? My dad. Who's got my dad on his shirt? You do? Will you come help me? Yeah. Give me my hand. Yay. Come on, sweetheart. Stay right here. All right, Jess, we need one more. Let's look. Yeah, well, we'll 3 more, don't we? The girl in the pink. Holding a little girl in her lap. Okay. Come on up, sweetheart. He can stand right here if he wants to. I know it. Look at my rock star I got up here. I'm so tickled. All right. Stand right here, baby. Stand right there. All right. Who else, Jess? Blonde hair and a red shirt. Where's blonde? Oh, I see you. Come here, big man. Come here and help me stand. He's like, I don't want to do that. Why are you calling up? Come here, baby. Stay right here. Stay right here. Oh, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. We need one more, Jesse. He's looking. He's looking. Oh. The one that's looking back right now. In the, right here, baby. You, sweetie, come here and help us. Stay right here for me. Stay right here. We have got some things that I need for you to hold, okay? Will you hold that up? That's the chest. That's what that is. And this is the arm. Will you hold that up on your arm for me? Oh, he rocks. Good deal. Let's see what else I got in here. There. There's a hand. Can you do the... Oh, you already got red on. The head. Can you hold that up for me? And let's do one more. Oh, this is the funny part. What? Everybody say that. What? Oh, my goodness. Will you hold that up? All right. Let's see what this book's all about. This is called I Ain't Gonna Paint No More. And they're going to hold up different parts that this little boy paints. Will you help me do this? Oh, let's see what it's about. One day, my mama caught me painting on the floor, on the ceiling, on the walls, on the curtain, and even on the door. Oh, and I thought, Mama started yelling, "You ain't gonna paint no more." She took his paints away, didn't she? And she put them way up high in top of that closet, she did. But guess who was on the steps watching? He was, wasn't he? What's your name? Well, I saw where Mama put those paints, and I climbed up high, but I ain't gonna paint no more, I promise. But then that red got to looking at me, so I took some red and I painted my head. Hold up that head. Can you hold up that head? Good job. Well, what the heck? What if I go ahead and I just paint my neck? Very good. Point to your neck. Where's your neck? Oh, my goodness. Uh-oh. I guess there ain't no harm if I go ahead and I paint my chest. Oh, my goodness. Look at his tummy. He looks like an Easter egg. Oh, guess there ain't no harm, though. Here comes your part. Here ain't no harm if I paint my arm. Good job, buddy. Good job. But I just can't stand it if I don't paint my hand. Everybody hold up your hand. Let me see those pretty hands. Oh, I love it. Oh, then I see some black and I decide to paint my... Have you read this? You're too good. Back. Oh, like an Easter egg, I'm gonna paint my... I heard it. Oh, leg. Look at that leg. Hold your leg up. Oh. Now, I ain't gonna paint no more though. That's it. That's all I'm gonna do. But still, I'm not complete until I paint my feet. Oh, look at his toes. Oh my goodness. Now, I ain't gonna paint no more. But you know what? I am such a nut. Oh, Jesse, there's something in this book. We can't show that. I'm gonna paint my... Oh. What is that? Oh, we can't show all that. Oh. Now y'all don't faint, cause I ran out of paint, and I really ain't gonna paint no more. That little boy finished painting. Yeah. Give our friends a hand for holding up all their stuff. Give our friends a hand. Thank you, sweetheart. You may have a seat. Thank you, rock star. No problem. Give me 5, buddy. Thank you. Good job. Hey, you know what? I think it's time we get some more wiggles out. That's what I think. Are you ready to stand up? Let's do this song. Let me tell you a real quick story about it. Mrs. Robin is on Good Morning America. And Miss Robin woke up one morning and she was so sad. She had just found out she was sick. And when she found out she was sick, she was very sad. Can you show me a sad face? And she said, I can either be sad or I can be very, very happy. This is what she did. She wrote a song. And it's called It's a Beautiful Day. I'm going to need your clapping hands for this one. Will you help me? Good job. Early in the morning, it's the dawn of a new day. New hopes, new dreams, new ways. Open up my eyes and open up my mind, and I wonder how life will surprise me today. Early in the morning, it's the dawn of a new day. New hopes, new dreams, new ways. Open up my eyes and open up my mind, and I wonder how life will surprise me today. Oh, it's a beautiful day. Oh, it's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. You know why it's a beautiful day? Because you're standing in the library. That's exactly right. Very, very, very good. 1, 2, 3, 4 bottoms on the floor. Good job. It is always a beautiful day. When you come to the library, this is the best place to turn on your imagination. That's exactly right. Well, Miss Debbie brought one more book. Oh, Miss Lorna, can they count their books that I've read today on there? Did you hear that? We're already 3 up for the day. Cool. This is more for the mamas than it is for us. I had to bring one for us. This is called The Dot. Here we go. This is, you've heard it, hadn't you? I know it. This is all about our creativity and the things that we can create. Let's see what Vanessa does. Art class was all over with, and Vanessa sat glued in her chair. That paper was all empty. Well, her teacher leaned over and she looked at that blank piece of paper and she said, "Oh, you got a polar bear in a snowstorm." Well, Vanessa had a mean look on her face. Can you show me a mean look? Ooh, scary. She said, "Very funny, teacher." She said, "Well, just make a mark and see where it takes you." So Vanessa grabbed her marker. Can you grab your marker with me? She grabbed that marker and she jabbed it right down on that paper. She said, there you go." Well, the teacher took that paper and she said, "Perfect. Now sign it. Will you sign that for me?" Vanessa said, "There's one thing that's true. I may not can draw, but I sure can write my name. So let's take our pencil." And she scribbled her name real fast on there. She said, "There." You think Vanessa was being very nice? Well, the next day she walked into art class and there was her dot hanging on the wall. But this time it was in this old shiny frame, and she crossed her arms over her. Can you do that? Make that mean face. She said, "Huh, I can make a better dot than that." So she opened up her never before opened paints because, you know, she couldn't draw. And she started making dots, and she even made dots where there weren't any paint at all. Look at there. Well, she even got so good that at school they had an art show, and they put all that art up in the hallway. And a little boy walked up to Vanessa and he said, "You are such a good painter. I wish I could do that." She said, "I bet you can. You just got to try. That's all you got to do." He said, "Oh, no. I can't even make a straight line with a ruler." That's pretty bad, isn't it? That's hard, isn't it, Allison? Ooh. Well, Vanessa smiled, and she handed him a pencil. Everybody grab your pencil. And she picked it up, and he did a little squiggly line. Make a squiggly line with me. Squiggly line across that paper. Oh, Vanessa looked at his paper and she said, Huh, not bad. Now, will you please do something for me? Will you please sign it? Who asked her to sign her paper? The teacher. All that little boy had to do was what? Try. I heard it. Good job. Good job. Well, that's 3 books we got under our belt. We got If, we got The Dot, and we got I Ain't Gonna Paint No More, right? We got 3 books under there. Hey, you know what I almost forgot about? I wonder if Miss Lorna would come up here and help us. I almost forgot about our jar. That's right. You know our jar that we were going to fill up with imagination? You think it's full of anything? Think so? Miss Lorna, will you come see? We need to make sure. There's your little walking music while you're coming up. Let's see. If anything falls out, we got to put it in something. So let me hold it. Here goes Rocky. All right. Okay, that's fine. Uh-oh. It's hot. It's hot. Ooh, you want to touch that? She got her apron on. I don't know. Let's see. Ooh, yeah, you got to hold it. Take that top off. Uh-oh. You ready? I hope we put something in it. Hot. Okay. Don't burn yourself. Ooh. Try one more turn. Yeah, try that, Miss Lorna. Oh, 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 it's hot. Are you ready? Let's see if it has anything in it. Look what we did. We filled up our jar with imagination. Yay! Thank you, Miss Lorna. Ooh, it's hot. That's right. Hot, hot, hot. Oh my goodness. Give yourselves a hand. Give yourselves a hand. Well, we have got something a little bit different today than what Miss Deb's been doing, but I am so excited. I used to do, a long time ago, I had a friend that was called Varmint. And Mr. Varmint used to be with me at Smyrna, and sometimes he just kind of follows me around a little bit. Would you like to see him today? Would you like to see him? Let me go see if he's back here. Miss Donna's going to come up, and she's going to do a song with us. It's called Driving in Your Car. Do you remember that song? Do you remember that song? Oh, cool. Let me go see if he's back here, okay? I'm not real sure. I'm going to take this off. It might kind of scare him. Let me turn this off.
All the imagination that you all created. All right, let's do this all together. I'd like for everyone to stand up for just a moment. Varmint is a little bit slow. Everyone reach up high for me. I reach up high and I bend down low. I reach for the sky and I touch my toes. Okay, and I jump 3 times. 1, 2, 3, and I turn around 3 times. 1, 2, 3, and I sit flat on my bottom.
Whose voice is that out there? Who is that? I kind of know that voice, but I can't tell you where.
Oh, Varmint.
It knows my name too. What's going on?
Varmint, it has been, 4 or 5 years since I've seen you.
Who is that woman right there? Who is it?
Varmint sometimes cannot see me. Oh, Varmint.
Whoa! Well, I remember that all right there. That's my Miss Donna! Hi, Flip! Oh, yeah! How are you, Miss Donna?
I am doing fabulous.
What's all these people? Hello, everybody. How you doing right there?
They came to see Miss Debbie and Jessie. Isn't that neat?
Get out. They came all the way up to see that. Oh, okay, all right. Well, I know it.
Miss Debbie has a beautiful voice, and you know that.
Well, get out of here. Well, how you been right there?
I've been doing wonderful. Since the last time I've seen you, I've had 2 grandchildren.
My goodness.
And wait, you're really going to get this one.
What?
I got married.
Miss Donner.
Get up here.
I can't. My heart's broken. It fell in the floor right there.
I'm sure
Now you said that was it. You said I was all of it right there.
Well, you are it, and you are all of it. You're just the shorter version.
Oh, I got you now.
All right, listen. We've
What?
got to let these friends get on with their day.
That's true.
But we've got to go driving in our car.
Can we do it, Miss Donner?
You guys like to go driving in your car today?
Let me get my stuff together. All right.
Yeah,
All
and
right.
we'll go driving in the car. How many of you walked to the library today? Raise your hand. Excellent. How many of you rode a bicycle? Oh, yeah. How many of you came in a car? How about a van? How about a truck? Did anyone fly here in an airplane?
Well, I'm going home with them.
I'm impressed. So one way or the other, you were going to get to the library, and that's a good thing.
All right. I'm ready there, Miss Donner.
Here we go. I'm going to need you all to help sing along. So if you will stand up, because we get a little jazzy and we get a little dancey with the song. All right. We're ready, Miss Florida.
There's our music, Miss Donner. Go single right there.
You know what would be lots of fun? Go out. Get a car seat. Not play harness. Come on.
I'm a movie star, driving in my car.
I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car.
You know what would be really cool if we put on our really fashionable cool sunglasses? Come on, let's do it. I've got my
They fall off of me right there.
I'm driving
in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car. I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car.
You know, all the movie stars that we
Hey, I got a scarf right there.
scarves that they wrap around their necks and let fly out in the wind.
How about that?
Scarves on
Like this right there?
I've got my scarf round my neck.
Isn't that? She's hard right there.
I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star, driving in my car.
We hit a bump. We hit a bump.
You know, that sun is really, really hot.
Ooh, it's hot.
On our heads, it'll keep
Let's
the sun
see
out of our
right
eyes. So hot. Okay, everybody ready?
It don't match, but that's all right. We hit a bump there, Miss Donner. I hit a bump and listen at it. Boy, I'm taking this back. Oh, Miss Lorna Roxwood. What's wrong with her hair, Miss Donner? What? Now that'll work right there. I can't say. Well, I couldn't see her. What's wrong with her hair? Don't tell nobody that. Yeah. Well, I think the dye job gone bad right there, Miss. Yeah. What's that boy right there do? Where'd he go? See up there? Hey, you. What do you do with that big thing?
Hey, Jesse, can you play some little music so we can dance around while Miss Florida gets her CD?
Don't lose your hair, Miss Warner. Oh, listen to this. Get out. That's good right there with your music. Oh, he knows what we like. Oh, no, can't do it. Sing it, Janet, sing it right there. Well, check it out right there. Doing that fancy handwork right there. Listen at him, Miss Donner. I see it right now. I'm in a music video, ain't I? Y'all just didn't tell me. Yep. That's right. ESPN and all that. Boy, give him a hand.
Keep your bottoms off the floor.
Well, there's a twist. Yeah.
We are getting ready to go driving in our car. One more time.
Don't hit in the bumps now, all right? Drive straight. No bumps there, Miss Luck. I hope her hair comes back. Boy. All right, here we go.
Hey, you know what would be lots of fun? Let's go out and get Harley. Let's get Harley. Whoa, right there. Come on, you can come with us. It'll be lots of fun. Driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car. Driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car. You know what would be really cool?
Put them sunglasses.
I've got my sunglasses on.
I'm driving in my car.
Oh, we cool. Look at us.
Driving in my car.
Here's where the bump was. Be careful.
You know, all the movie stars that we see, they always
Here she goes. I bet she's gonna tighten it up for me. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. That'd fall off right there. Oh, there it is. You just won't tie that on, ain't you? Oh, here she goes. Here she goes.
You know, the sun is really hot. Let's put a hat on our heads and it'll keep the sun out of our eyes. And
yeah, that'd be good right there.
I've got my hat on my head.
Ain't no hairs right there, Miss
I've got my scarf around my neck. And I've got my sunglasses on. I'm driving in my car.
You're too cool.
I'm driving in my car. Driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star. Driving in my car.
You know, when I was a little girl, I used to watch.
What you need?
All
my doggy.
Always had a little teeny tiny poodle dog sitting on the seat right next to them.
Well, he worked. Me and the poodle. That worked. How's that?
Everybody ready? I've got my little dog next to me. I got my hat on my head. I got my scarf around my neck. And I got my sunglasses on. I'm driving in my car. I'm a movie star. I'm driving in my car.
I'm driving in my car, driving far.
I'm a movie star. I'm driving in my car. You know, it wouldn't be the same if we didn't have really cool music that we can look into. Let's put the radio on. I've got the radio turned on.
Hey, that's little Leonard Skinner right there, Miss Donner.
Oh, that's so
That's
cool.
good.
Can you
Look,
dig
pretty
it?
much.
Oh, it's so groovy. Let's dance.
Oh, yeah.
I've got my poodle dog next to me. I've got my hat on my head. I've got my scarf around my neck. And I've got my sunglasses on.
What's the hole?
I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star. I'm driving in my car.
Driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star. I'm driving in my car. I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star. I'm driving in my car. I'm driving in my car, driving far. I'm a movie star. I'm driving in my car.
Oh, what a good job right there. Oh, I gotta get that scarf off, can't breathe. All right, now, here we go. Oh, I know it. You did a good job.
1, 2, 3, 4. Put your bottoms on the floor.
You know what? I have missed you like crazy. I'm gonna tell you. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm so glad these friends came out right there.
I know you're so glad to have all of these friends. I have to let you know
Yes, sir.
that when I sent Miss Debbie and Mr. Bobby an invitation to the wedding,
Yeah.
I received a letter from Garnet.
glad to have my piece right there. I did. Yeah. Oh, good job right there. Bye, friends. Bye, Jessie. See you later. Bye, guys. Bye, Mister. I don't know. I think she got tired. I don't know. Not sure. All right. Bye, friends.
This is Kids Science News Network, and I'm Ted Toon. Aviation enthusiasts are all aflutter today with the announcement of the $10 million X Prize. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. If you can design a reusable aircraft capable of taking 3 tourists into space, the $10 million is yours. Wow, I could buy a lot of air freshener with $10 million. Oh, sorry. A little closer to home, the annual Extraordinary Airplane Contest is set to get underway next week. We have a live report from I Am Listening.
Ted, I'm here at the site of this year's contest. Only days from now, teams from all over the area will compete to see which airplane can fly the farthest. The twist is that each plane must be made completely out of egg cartons. We'll have to wait and see exactly how each team solves the problems of flight. Can an airplane made out of egg cartons really fly? Will the Treehouse Detectives place dead last again this year? We may never know. Back to you, Ted.
Yeah, we know all about the Extraordinary Plane Competition. Everyone at the competition knows us as the Big Losers.
We always come in last place every year. This is the entry from last year.
Looks like a winner compared to my entry from last year. What did you do? I just stuck a fuselage through an egg carton. It doesn't even fly.
My grandmother says you can learn a lot from your failures.
Even the Wright brothers, Wilbur and Orville, had a few failures before they first took flight on December 17, 1903 in Kitty Hawk, North Carolina.
I found these facts referenced on this flight book, and that's why I found the website. Did you know that a lot of inventors entered aviation contests?
Like us?
Not exactly like us. Back in 1927, Charles Lindbergh won the Orteig Prize of $25,000 for being the first person to cross the Atlantic Ocean in a plane.
That's right. He flew from New York to Paris, France.
You see, without these types of contests, we might not have the advanced technology or the types of airplanes that we have right now. Don't forget the race to space. If we hadn't competed with Russia, NASA might not have sent the first man to the moon. Now that's true.
I think we need to do more research on the history of flight. Remember what we learned in class about science and inquiry? Research is important. Let's surf the internet. I'll let you in on something really neat. NASA has a website on how things fly.
Oh, look. Here's the fun fact file on the history of flight. Let's click here.
And now, aviation history. Here's Dr. Textbook.
Hello! Since the beginning of time, man has looked up at birds with awe and has wondered, why can't we fly? Mythology gives us a story of Icarus, who flew too close to the sun, melting his wings made of feathers and wax. In the 15th century, Leonardo da Vinci made over 150 drawings of his ideas for a flying machine. But it was George Cayley who noticed how a bird's wings kept them in the air. He made a number of various gliders, testing out different wing shapes and patterns. Wilbur and Orville Wright wrote letters to Octave Chanute, who was designing his own gliders, and he helped them to understand the forces of flight. After many trial runs with various gliders, the Wright brothers made the first successful controlled-powered flight with a pilot on board in 1903. So, as a nod to all the people who made the first flight possible, I will fly across the sand dune in my wings. Not a very good idea.
This has been Aviation History.
That's so cool. It looked like the pioneers of aviation had a lot of different challenges.
I think we need to learn more about our challenges and try to win the Extraordinary Plane Competition.
But how do we do that? I think we need to learn how planes fly.
The National Air and Space Museum will be the place to start.
Let's see if our parents can take us. I found a research notebook so we can take plenty of notes. I also found a Get Up and Go worksheet on the NASA Wi-Fi's website. This will be just what I need to keep track of what we learn on the field trip. So, let's get up and go. This is so cool. Look, there's the original Wright brothers plane. Look over there. There's the Sphere to St. Louis. Oh, yeah. That's the plane that Charles Lindbergh flew to Paris. He won $25,000.
Hi, can I help you?
We need to learn more about the history of flight.
Well, you must be the Treehouse Detectives.
We most certainly are.
Hi, I'm General Jack Daly, the director of the Smithsonian's National Air and Space Museum. I want to welcome you here this morning.
Can you tell us a little more about the history of the Wright brothers' plane?
Sure. The Wright brothers were the first ones to solve the technical problems associated with flight. Many others had tried, but these two brothers working alone developed the fundamental principles of flight that are still in place today, and they changed our lives completely.
We know that contests play an important part in the history of aviation. Why is that?
Well, competition is important in life no matter what we're doing, whether we're playing soccer, competing for the Olympics, or trying to build a better airplane. If you want to be the number one or the best, you have to work harder.
The race to space was another competition?
Sure was. It was a race between the United States and the Soviet Union, and each country was trying to demonstrate that they were better in spaceflight. But what started as a competition has now turned into a partnership with the United States, Russia, and other countries building an international space station.
We need to learn more about the four forces of flight. Is there a place here where we can explore?
There sure is. It's called How Things Fly.
Kaylee, this is so neat. I wonder if these controls have anything to do with lift. Use the ailerons, elevator, and rudder to control roll, pitch, and yaw. Hey, Bianca, I can see the four forces of flight working. We need to go. I'm having too much fun. Guess where we went this weekend?
I don't know. Outer space?
Funny, Dr. D. We went to the National Air and Space Museum.
Oh, did you see the Wright brothers plane?
Yeah, it was so cool.
Well, did you note after the last flight, a gust of wind came up and sent the Wright brothers flyer tumbling across the sand?
Is that why the Wright flyer never flew again?
That's right, because it was damaged.
Today, planes are built much differently. When we went to the museum, we learned about the four forces of flight.
What are the four forces of flight?
Let's see. There's lift that pushes a plane upward.
And wait, which is Earth's gravity pulling down on a plane?
Then thrust, which is the power to push a plane through the air. Oh yeah, and drag. Why do you think it is important that we must understand all four forces?
I'm not sure. I would guess you have to have all of them to make a plane fly.
Yes, they're all connected to each other. For example, changing the thrust also affects the lift and the drag. We must first examine them individually before we can see how they relate to each other.
Can we start with the force of lift?
Sure. What part of the plane do you think provides the lift?
I would say the wings.
That's right. The wings are designed to push air downward. The air flowing over top of the wing and the air flowing underneath the wing are both bent downward. These fan blades are just like a wing. Look at the blades. See how they're angled?
Yes, why is that?
Well, the blades are angled upward from the direction of motion. This angle allows the blades to push the air downward.
How do airplane wings compare to fan blades?
As the fan blades spin, they cut through the air like an airplane wing. Take a look at this airplane that I got many years ago. Notice how the wing is slanted upward with the front edge higher than the back edge. Turn on the fan now and see what happens.
Those fan blades are pushing a lot of air.
Well, how can we increase the air pushed down by the fan?
It could spin faster.
Indeed. A faster spinning fan blade is like an airplane wing flying through the air faster, pushing more air down.
Why does a wing need to push air down?
It's what provides lift.
I don't get it. How does pushing air down create lift?
Well, Sir Isaac Newton said, for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. It's called his third law.
So that means when the wing pushes the air downward, the air is pushing up on the wing?
Correct again. Let's try an experiment. Tip the fan up like this and put it on these skates. Now the fan's going to push the air this way, that's the action, and the air's going to push the fan the other way, that's the reaction. All right.
Wow.
I bet the problem with our airplane last year was that we didn't have an angle on the wing. If we don't have an angle on the wing, we can't push the air downward and get an upward lift. We need to angle the wing up, and it would work better.
I can't can't believe that the air would push up on this model plane and give it lift, but it's hard to believe that air can push up and give lift to something as big as those passenger jets. They do weigh a lot more, but I guess their wings are a lot bigger.
Well, it's almost like magic, but it's real science. To really understand lift, you need to visit a wind tunnel. Why don't you contact Luther Jenkins over at NASA?
Wow, this is really neat.
Have you ever seen a wind tunnel?
I've never been in a wind tunnel, but I've seen them on TV.
Well, this is one of 30 wind tunnels we have here at the NASA Langley Research Center in Hampton, Virginia.
We found at the National Air and Space Museum that the Wright brothers built their own wind tunnel in 1901. They collected data from that wind tunnel and built a successful glider.
That's absolutely correct.
What do you use wind tunnels for?
Well, like the Wright brothers, we use wind tunnels to examine how the air flows over different objects, like planes, cars, wings, and even tires. This helps us understand how they will perform and gives us insight so we can develop new designs.
Is there anything you can show me?
Well, Dr. D showed you how the angle of a wing actually deflects the air downward to create lift. I'm going to show you how the air flows over a wing. This is a different way of looking at the concept of lift. Come with me.
Okay. What do you mean to show me how the air goes over the top of the wings? We can see air?
No, you really can't, so we use smoke to visualize the air. Can you see how the smoke particles that strike the front edge of the wing? Some travel over the upper surface and some travel over the lower surface.
It looks like the smoke is going faster over the top of the wings.
You're right. The curvature of the upper surface actually causes the smoke particles to speed up or travel faster over the upper surface. The force applied by these faster moving particles on the upper surface is lower than the force that is applied on the lower surface by the slower moving particles. The difference in forces actually creates a lift and causes the plane to stay in the sky.
That's weird. I wonder how big airplanes stay in the air. I mean, they're so large.
That's true, they are very big, but they also have large wings, and the air has more surface area over which to travel. That generates more lift and allows them to stay in the sky.
Why is it important to test airplane wings?
Well, we test airplane wings so engineers will know which ones to use for their particular design or application. That saves time and money.
That was so cool. I think it was so interesting seeing how the smoke went over the wings.
Well, I hope it helps. I'm sure you do well in the contest.
Thanks.
I made a new plane for the contest. By the way, if you would like to design your own plane, just click on the problem board inside the treehouse. Have fun.
This plane looks better than last year's entry.
That's strange. I wonder why it goes up like that.
We made the exact same plane last year. It didn't win, but it didn't fly upwards either.
It looks like all the variables are the same. Do you use scientific inquiry to help you figure out problems? It really works. Remember, when you're conducting an experiment, it's very important to keep all the variables the same.
Let me see your plane. I want to compare it to last year's entry. I have my notebook right here of the experiments we did last year.
The wings are still small.
Let's use our problem board to get organized. This is actually fun and easy to use. You should try it.
We know that airflow underneath the wing moves slower and creates a higher pressure. We know that the airflow under the wing pushes the wing upward and helps provide lift.
And we need to know if the size of the plane's wings affects lift.
We need to know more about the other forces of flight, thrust, and drag.
Where do we need to go? Maybe our friends, the Wi-Fi's Kids Club, can help us. I love talking to other club members. We are one big team working together trying to solve a problem.
I'll email the club this question. Has anyone done an experiment on how the size of the wings affects lift?
I would think so. Just look at history. The Wright Flyers' wings look a lot different from today's planes.
Yes, the Wright Flyers' wings were very boxy.
I'm receiving a message from the NASA Wi-Fi's Kids Club. Achievable Dream School in Newport News, Virginia is currently doing an experiment on the size of the wings.
Hi, I'm Linda Zaromsky from Mr. Tyson's 6th grade class at Achievable Dream Academy in Newport News, Virginia.
What is the problem you're trying to solve?
We wanted to know if the size of the airplane's wings affected its flight.
What was your experiment?
Our teacher, Mr. Tyson, set up the test area. Let's take a look at it. The test area has a hinge with the 62-centimeter stick attached with a push pin on the other end. The stick should go up and down freely. Here is our test fuselage. We will be attaching to it different size wings that we have made.
Why has the propeller been removed?
We are going to be using a fan to create our thrust instead of the propeller. However, paper clips have been added to replace the weight of the propeller so that we keep our variables the same. Let's test it and see how it lifts. Okay, we attached the small wing to the fuselage like this. Now we turn the fan to a low speed. I think we need to turn it up to medium because the wing is not lifting much.
Now look at it lift.
It is stable now, so add paper clips one at a time until the plane will no longer fly. Wow, it held 5 paper clips, and each paper clip is about 1.5 grams. So our total weight added was 7.5 grams. We decided to do the experiment at least 2 more times. Now we need to take an average of all the trials for each wing. Remember how to get an average? Just add up all the numbers and divide by the total number of numbers you added. Now we are ready to test the other wing. Remember, keep all the variables the same during the experiment. The only variable that will change is the size of the wing. Let's take a look at our data. The small wing held 7.5 grams of paper clips, while the larger wing held 18 grams of paper clips. So that means that since the larger wing lifted the most weight, it has the best lift.
Newport News isn't that far away. Maybe we can test our new hypothesis.
Our new hypothesis is, if you change the size of the wings, then it will affect the lift of the plane.
We're not seeing any lift here, that's for sure.
We need these planes to soar. That's if we want to win the competition.
We need my man Jackie Chan to be here. He's a human flying machine.
Yeah, right. What could he do?
He's so cool. I just saw him in a movie and he flies right through the air.
I bet he knows all about the force of lift.
That's fake. That's just a movie.
No way. If he was here, he would help us win that competition.
Who's that? Is that who I think it is?
It's him, Jackie Chan.
You mean the martial arts master?
Nice to meet you, Mr. Chan.
Nice to meet you.
Hi.
Hi. I hear you guys need my help.
Uh-huh.
What do you do when you're faced with a challenge?
I just never give up. Think about it before I do the stunt, but I'm not gonna do it today. I'll do it tomorrow.
Can you help us?
I'm going to help you to build super duper airplane. Okay? Okay.
Do you think studying is important?
When I was 17, get out of school. Then slowly I find out education is more important than doing an action, punch and kicking. Good luck. I know you guys be winners. Okay? Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
See you, Jackie Chan. That was really him.
It sure was. You know, I just have those connections.
Yeah, right.
So what's up? Should the Treehouse Detectives change the size of their wings? What should they do next? How can they get more lift? Tune in next time for another episode of The Case of the Challenging Flight.
I made the wings on our plane longer. Look how it flies now.
Wow, what a difference.
Watch this. I'm trying out an experiment I found on a website.
What experiment did you find?
It's supposed to demonstrate Bernoulli's principle. I'm blowing air between these 2 balloons.
What happens?
The balloons come together. I wonder what's causing it to do that.
I think it has something to do with airflow. Remember what we learned from NASA researcher Luther Jenkins, that fast-moving air creates less force? Air pressure changes with speed.
So blowing between the 2 balloons made the air flowing between them speed up. This reduced the pressure in the middle of the balloons.
The reduced air pressure in between the balloons allows the air pressure on the outside of balloons to push the balloons inward towards each other.
And in local news, the Extraordinary Airplane Contest is shaping up to be a real nail-biter this year. Several teams are on the field testing their designs, and we have a live report from I Am Listening. I Am?
Ted, history has shown us that aviation science often advances rapidly due to competitions and contests, not unlike this one. Teams from all over the country are converging here at Flying Ace Field to see if their designs will take home the big prize. One team from somewhere in Virginia has constructed a full-scale jetliner out of nothing but egg cartons. We'll see if... It looks like they've got a few bugs to work out, Ted. From Flying Ace Field, I am listening.
We learned that from the Air and Space Museum in Washington, D.C.
I read about a modern-day aviation pioneer. His name is Burt Rutan.
Wouldn't it be great to talk to him, the guy who was involved in a real-life challenging flight?
Let's look on the internet to research a list of those aviation pioneers. Here he is, Mr. Burt Rutan from Scaled Composites in Southern California. Let's dial him up. Hello, Mr. Rutan. You've had a lot of experience designing planes. Could you please show us one of your unique designs?
Oh, sure. Love to talk about airplanes. I've designed some 28 different manned airplanes and also some unmanned airplanes. One of my favorites is a Boomerang that I'm sitting in. It is a very safe, long-range, light twin airplane, and it's the airplane that I fly nowadays. Behind me is the Proteus, a high-altitude airplane that's used for special missions. Probably my most famous airplane, though, is the Voyager. The Voyager, about 16 years ago, took off at one airport and flew completely around the world, taking some 9 days, and landed at the same airport without refueling. And that set a milestone in aviation.
Do you have to use your imagination to design these planes?
Oh, yes. Imagination is extremely important because with an airplane, you can look at birds, you can look at other airplanes, but if you're going to do anything truly new, you have to create, you have to innovate, and you have to imagine. Here we are in the office, and this is where airplanes are designed. It starts with a sketch. And a sketch comes from the mind. It comes from, really from your imagination. You imagine what might fly well, and you think about it real hard, and you take a pencil to a piece of paper, and you put on a piece of paper the creative thoughts that are in your mind. And that's what imagination is really all about.
Can you show us the Proteus?
Okay, this is Proteus. Pretty big airplane. It's designed to do some very interesting things. It can fly very high. It can fly more than 10 miles high. So it's up above where the airliners fly, and it can stay up there a long time. And that's very useful for doing things like studying the atmosphere or relaying internet data, that sort of thing. So let's take a look at it. Even though this is a very big airplane with a wingspan of about 90 feet, it's actually quite light. It only weighs as much as 2 cars. But if you fill it up with fuel, it weighs as much as 4 cars. The wings are very long and slender and very smooth, and that's necessary so the airplane can fly a long time. The wings are filled with fuel, and the fuel drains down and is pumped up to jet engines. And jet engines is what makes the thrust that makes the airplane climb, makes it fly, makes it stay up there. And thrust is a very, very important thing for airplanes, and thrust will help you win this contest.
I wonder if our plane has too much thrust. What causes thrust on the plane?
I'd say the winding of the rubber band creates thrust. The tighter I wind it, the more thrust it gives.
Let me try it.
I wonder if our plane needs more thrust. What if we have too much power for the plane?
With all these questions, I think we need to go see an expert.
Who would know about this?
What about someone who flies a plane?
Let's talk to a pilot. That sounds like a great idea.
Let's get up and go. simulator. I've never seen any simulator like this at the video arcade.
Well, it's not exactly like the arcade. This is US Airways' new Airbus A320 simulator. We use it to train our pilots on our new Airbus aircraft. In fact, we can simulate anything that the real aircraft can do.
I'm one of the treehouse detectives, and we're trying to win a contest. But first, we need to know more about the force of thrust. Can you help us?
Well, I hope I can.
We've learned that we need to know more about thrust.
Well, thrust is one of the forces acting on the aircraft in flight. It's produced by the engines, which propel the aircraft through the air.
Why does our plane bank to the left?
The movement of the ailerons creates drag, and this drag tends to move the nose away from the direction of the turn. We compensate for this with the rudder.
Wow, the Airbus must be really heavy.
The Airbus is quite heavy. It can weigh up to 205,000 pounds. It's 100 tons. We can carry 169 people, 50,000 pounds of fuel, and 16,800 pounds of cargo.
With all this weight, the Airbus must need a lot of thrust.
You're right. The Airbus has an incredible amount of thrust. In fact, each engine can produce up to 32,000 pounds of thrust.
That is a lot of thrust. I think we need to know about thrust and weight.
Well, you're right. There's some great experiments you can perform that'll help you to understand that relationship better.
That's a good idea. I'll see what I can find. Thanks for letting me see the simulator.
Oh, you're welcome, Dick. And good luck on your contest.
Okay, bye.
I wonder if there are any neat experiments that would actually demonstrate the force of thrust.
Let's contact the NASA Y-Files Kids Club and ask them if they've done any experiments on thrust. I love the NASA Y-Files website. It's awesome trying to solve our problems with other club members. It's all about being on a team.
I wonder if weight affects thrust.
That's a great question. I hope one of our club members did an experiment on thrust.
Look, we have an email from our NASA Y-Files Kids Club in Boone, North Carolina. That's the state of the first flight. Remember the Wright brothers had their first flight on December 17th, 1903?
I went there. See my Daniel Boone hat? The town was named after Daniel Boone. He spent a lot of time exploring and trekking through the beautiful Appalachian Mountains. Let's click here.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Parsons, a 5th grader in Miss Susan Caton's class at Green Valley Elementary School in Boone, North Carolina. We performed an experiment on thrust. My classmates and I asked ourselves, does weight affect thrust and acceleration? Our hypothesis is if enough weight is added to the balloon, then the thrust will not be able to lift the balloon. Here's what you will need for the project: a balloon, a straw, a string, 30 paper clips, masking tape, a cup 3-ounce size, scissors, and a hole punch. First, measure the distance from the ceiling to the floor. Add 15 centimeters to that measurement and cut a length of string for that amount. Tape or tie the string to a spot on the ceiling. Thread the straw into the string, stretch the string taut, and tape it to the floor. Take the cup and using a hole punch, punch 3 holes evenly spaced around the top of the cup. Now cut 3 pieces of string 30 centimeters long. Tie 1 string to each hole in the cup. Blow the balloon up, but don't tie it off. Position the cup underneath the balloon and tape the other end of the strings to the balloon so that it looks like a hot air balloon with a basket under it. Tape the balloon to the straw, lower it to the floor, count down, and release.
3, 2, 1, blast off!
Yay! Mark how high the balloon rose on the string. Measure and record your data. Blow the balloon up again. Make sure it's the same size as before, but this time add 5 paper clips to the basket. Lower the balloon, count down, and release. With each trial, add 5 paper clips.
What happened to the height of the launch as you added weight?
Here's what we concluded from our data. As we added more paper clips, our balloon didn't shoot as high.
What did this experiment tell you about thrust?
Take a close look at our data. As we added more paper clips, our balloon lost a lot of power and it wasn't able to shoot as high. We concluded the heavier the plane, the more thrust you need. Okay, thanks for your help.
We'll ask Dr. D how vertical thrust relates to an airplane.
Bye! From the Y-Files Kids Club at Green Valley Elementary School in Boone, North Carolina.
This is all starting to make sense. We learned that the plane's engine makes thrust, and thrust moves the plane forward.
Wouldn't you think it would make sense if a plane was heavier, it'd need more thrust?
Look at our entry. If we have more thrust than needed, it could break our plane in half.
Dr. D's neighbor works with a lot of fast planes. He's stationed aboard the USS Theodore Roosevelt.
He said maybe he could make some special arrangements for us to come out and visit his ship.
This should definitely be our next stop, the USS Theodore Roosevelt.
Can you believe we are actually flying on a plane to a ship?
It's hard to believe the USS Theodore Roosevelt is 80 miles off the coast of Virginia.
Can't wait. It's going to be some landing.
That was just an awesome landing. Can you believe that we landed on an aircraft carrier while it was moving?
I'm not sure it's so awesome. My legs still won't stop shaking. Look at the size of this ship.
I know, it's huge.
Yeah, but the runway's so short.
I know.
Hi, welcome aboard USS Theodore Roosevelt. I'm Lieutenant John Oliveira, your escort officer. You guys must be the treehouse detectives that I've heard so much about.
Yes, sir, we are the treehouse detectives.
Oh, right.
We've never seen such a big ship before.
Well, Theodore Roosevelt is a big ship. Home to 5,000 sailors, it weighs 97,000 tons, and if you put it on its end, it'd be as tall as the Empire State Building. And in fact, has everything we need on board.
Everything?
Everything. Gyms, hospital, we even have a dentist. And Guidon.
What is Guidon?
Guidon snack food.
All right, I could live here.
What is this area called?
This is the flight deck, and it's 4.5 acres. This is where we launch the 71 airplanes we carry.
You can launch airplanes off this small runway? He means we're going to be launched off this runway.
We can launch them pretty quick. We use that through the help of some catapults. That's how we do it.
What are catapults?
Well, catapults are what we use to help launch our airplanes. But let's go down to V2 Division, talk to Senior Chief Spinner, and he can explain that to us in a little bit more detail.
Hello, Senior Chief Spinner.
We need to learn more about the force of thrust. Can you tell us about your catapults and how they create thrust?
Well, yes, I can. The catapult is actually 2 sets of cylinders that run 300 feet long, and within each cylinder is a piston. And it connected to the piston assembly is a shuttle that extends above the level of the flight deck.
Not a space shuttle.
No, the shuttle is actually a metal object that connects to the aircraft that we use when we're launching airplanes on the flight deck. The shuttle can actually take an airplane from 0 to over 160 miles an hour in about 2 seconds.
Now that's fast.
And a lot of thrust.
But what makes the shuttle go so fast?
When we want to fire the catapult, steam actually enters the power cylinders and it pushes the piston assembly of the shuttle and the aircraft to the opposite end of the catapult at a very high rate of speed.
Steam is really powerful stuff.
But where does steam come from on a ship?
Well, on a carrier, the steam comes from the ship's power plant. Our power plant consists of 2 nuclear reactors.
Nuclear reactors? Wow, they must create major power. We wonder what it felt like to be launched off such a short runway off the deck. So we contacted a real F-14 pilot.
It's like a violent, somewhat violent roller coaster ride. You get thrown back in your seat, in about 2 seconds you're going from 0 to 150 miles an hour.
Bye, thanks.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, enjoy your cat shot.
That's really weird. It couldn't be him.
What?
I think I just shot some video of Dr. D.
Look over there. Call him.
Dr. D.
Huh? What are you guys doing here?
Well, what are you doing here?
Just doing a little research.
So are we on thrust.
What have you learned?
We learned today that the plane has to be going about 160 miles per hour to get lift, and the catapults help the plane go that fast very quickly because of the short runway.
Dr. D, how does this compare to a regular airport runway?
An airport runway is 10,000 feet long, but a carrier's catapult runway is only 300 feet long. That means the ratio of the airport runway to the catapult runway would be 10,000 to 300. If you do the math and divide the airport runway length by the catapult runway length, you will find that the airport runway is about 33 times longer than the carrier's catapult runway.
On a carrier, the catapult provides immediate thrust for the plane to take off that quickly.
Isaac Newton's laws of motion tell us that if you want to speed an object up, you have to apply force to it.
That makes sense. I have to push really hard on the pedals of my bicycle to make it go faster, quicker.
Very good. But what would happen if you were pulling a wagon with your kid sister in it?
That would be a lot harder.
Isaac Newton also told us it takes more force if you want to speed up more mass. In math, that's called a direct variation.
Wow, math is everywhere.
Oh, so that means if the plane is bigger, or has more fuel or more cargo, it needs greater thrust to make it to its takeoff speed by the end of the runway.
Watch this.
Wow, your plane really spun. I don't think we want our plane to do that.
That's called roll. What many planes do to avoid roll is to have what's called dihedral angle. That means having the wings tipped up like this in a V.
That made a big difference.
Looks like our plane's ready to take off.
I can't wait to try the catapult.
It's gonna be so awesome. Let's go.
Hold on. Here we go.
So what's up? Do the Treehouse detectives still need to investigate drag? Can they combine all that they've learned so far to make a plane fly faster and farther? You can find out next time with The Case of the Challenging Flight.
There's something wrong with the plane. Why does it go down and then turn to the left?
Maybe it has something to do with weight. We learned that weight is the force opposite of lift.
Let's look at the problem board. What should we do next? We know that airflow and air pressure affect lift, and lift affects flight. We know that the size of the wings affect lift.
We need to know how gravity and weight affect flight. I think we need to see an expert.
We need to go to NASA Langley. My mom says they have an electronic classroom where we can talk directly to researchers at one of 10 NASA centers. Wow, this is so neat. This must be an electronic classroom.
It certainly is. I'm Bob Starr. Have a seat.
We heard you could hook us up with any NASA researcher.
Yes, I can. In the electronic classroom, we use two-way audio-video communications over the phone lines.
I've been doing a little research, and I found that NASA's Dryden Flight Research Center in California uses experimental planes to test out new futuristic ways of flight. It tested NASA's first space shuttle before it went into space.
That sounds risky, too. That must be where they find out if the new designs are going to really work.
Hey, I know a researcher who's an expert in stability. His name is Al Bowers. Let me try to contact him.
Hi, I'm Al Bowers, an aerospace engineer at NASA's Dryden Flight Research Center. I understand you have some questions about airplanes.
We have a lot of them. Could you tell us about weight, one of the four forces, and how it affects flight?
One way that weight affects an airplane is the way the weight is distributed. The weight is distributed on an airplane so that there's a balance point, and that balance point is called the center of gravity.
How does the center of gravity help you design planes?
I'm glad you asked, because we use the center of gravity to determine where to place the wings on an airplane. On a normal airplane, like this one, we place the wings just behind the center of gravity, and that helps to keep the front end of the airplane pointed forwards.
Our plane always flies to the right. Is there anything we can do to fix this problem?
That's the purpose of the tail. The tail of the airplane keeps the nose from going up too high or dropping too low or slicing off to the left or right. Here, let me show you. This is an F-104 Starfighter aircraft. It has the center of gravity just in front of the wings where the lift is produced, and the tail is on the back end of the airplane. All of that makes this a very stable aircraft.
Wow, what kind of plane is that next to you? I've never seen anything like that before.
Oh, this is the X-29. I'm sure you noticed right away that the wings are on backwards and that we put the tail on the front of the airplane.
Backwards and a tail on the front?
Yes, even backwards we can make it work with the tail on the front of the airplane, just like on Burt Rutan's airplane.
How can it fly like that?
Let me show you with this broomstick. This broomstick is like a traditional airplane where the center of gravity is in front of the wings, and it's stable. If we move it to a new position, the broomstick just follows along. But the X-29 was unstable. It had the center of gravity behind the wings, and so it was like your egg crate airplane. And it didn't fly very well. But on the X-29, we had advanced technology in the form of very fast computers. Those computers could compensate for the instabilities in the airplane. Let's go back to the broomstick for a second. It's like your hand moving back and forth to compensate for the instability. And that was the way we were able to make the X-29 fly.
Wow, I never thought thought a plane like that would have been able to fly.
I guess we need to find our center of gravity and make sure it's in front of our lift.
Yeah, that'll make our plane more stable. Thanks for all your help, Mr. Bowers. Bye.
This plane is looking like a winner.
Especially now that we put a rudder on our plane and we move the wings back.
It doesn't pitch.
And it doesn't bank anymore. But I wonder if we're still missing something.
Dr. D, we still have a few questions. You think you can help us?
Sure.
Thrust is needed even when the plane is going at a constant speed. Why is that? Does it have anything to do with drag?
Yes. Drag is what we call all the forces that act on an aircraft in the backward direction. Let's try an experiment. I'm going to push this cart. What happens?
It looks like it's not slowing down, but you didn't keep pushing it.
I didn't have to. Isaac Newton explained that once an object gets moving, it stays moving in a straight line at a constant speed unless you apply a force to it. Watch this other cart.
It slows down right away. There must be some force acting on it.
That's right. An object will only slow down if a force acts on it in the direction opposite to its motion. What might that force be?
It looks like friction. That's the force when you rub two objects together.
Very good.
Does an airplane experience friction?
An airplane experiences a type of drag called air resistance because of the air flowing over the wings and other parts of the body. Have you ever tried to drive your bicycle into the wind?
Yes, it's really not very easy.
You've had some experience with air resistance.
So if the drag is less, we won't need as much thrust to keep it moving at a constant speed.
Correct.
So if we can find a way to reduce the air resistance, we've got it made.
That's not exactly right. As it turns out, in addition to air resistance, there's another type of drag.
This is getting complicated.
Okay, we'll take air resistance first. To understand how to reduce air resistance, it would be best to talk to an expert. And of course, the best expert is nature.
Nature? I wonder what that has to do with drag.
Well, I know someone who observes nature to understand drag, and he can tell you all about it. His name is Ben Anders. He studies birds, fish, and even insects.
That's our next stop.
Look over there. That man looks like he's studying the fish.
Dr. Anders, we're the treehouse detectives.
Oh, hi.
Dr. D said you could help us.
We're trying to understand the force of drag. Dr. D says you use insects and marine life to help you in your research.
Yes, I do. When I look at those shapes, I see airplane wings.
Airplane wings?
I guess I can see a slight comparison, but why would you want to compare them to airplane wings?
At NASA, we study birds and insects and marine animals to inspire new research on flight and on ways to reduce drag. And we call this biomimetics.
Wow, that's a big word. How do you do that kind of research?
Well, let me ask you this. What do you think has a lower drag, a smooth surface or one with grooves in it?
I'm not sure. I would guess a smooth surface would have less drag, but what's the right answer?
Well, normally a smooth surface does have lower drag, but if you make the grooves very tiny and you shape them just right, the groove surface has lower drag. And we discovered that the shark's skin has those exact same tiny grooves to reduce his drag. I wonder what other secrets he's holding.
This is so cool. I wonder if we need to make some adjustments to our plane to reduce its drag.
Maybe we need to do a little more research.
Let's go back to the treehouse. Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Good afternoon. I'm Ted Toon with this KSNN special bulletin. Kids Science News Network has learned that the Treehouse Detectives may have an edge in this year's extraordinary airplane contest. Our reporter, I Am Listening, is standing by.
Thanks, Ted. I'm here in this airplane to show the viewers what the Treehouse Detectives have learned that might give them a win in this year's contest. We have learned that the detectives now know about thrust, lift, drag, and gravity. Back to you.
Thanks, I Am, for that exquisite report. Stay tuned to KSNN to see if the Treehouse Detectives can solve the mystery of flight and win the extraordinary contest.
You know, we might even have a chance at placing in this contest, something other than last place. Wouldn't that be amazing?
Let's see what else we can do to help us win this contest. Let's use our problem board.
Well, we know that air resistance affects lift, and lift is one of the main forces of flight.
We also know that planes must overcome the pull of gravity.
We know that thrust pushes an airplane through the air, and different airplanes require different thrusts.
We know that drag is the opposite of thrust. Drag is the aircraft's resistance to the movement through the air. We need to know if the materials used in the manufacturing of a plane will affect their drag.
But how can we find out?
We can do a little research on the internet.
I'll just type in NASA Langley. I know they must do a lot of research on planes.
I heard they have a program called Structures and Materials.
Let's go there. I'll email our friends and our parents to let them know we're going.
What are you doing?
I'm just looking at some of our new lightweight materials.
We need to learn about weight.
Well, you just learned that thrust is opposite to drag. And lift is what makes the airplane go up, and weight pulls it back down to the pull of gravity.
Yes, we just learned about that.
Well, in order for the airplane to fly, the lift force has to be greater than the weight of the airplane. And the lighter the airplane is, the easier it's going to be to lift the airplane.
So for the same size wings, a lighter airplane will get easier lift?
That's exactly right. But there's another benefit of having a lighter airplane also.
There is?
Sure. For the same amount of force or thrust, the lighter airplane will actually go farther. As an example, let's say you're pushing two kids on a swing. Who's going to go farther, the kid that's lighter or the kid that's heavier?
The lighter kid will go farther.
That's exactly right. So for the same amount of engine or thrust force, a lighter airplane's actually going to fly farther. Aeronautical engineers say that the airplane has greater range or maximum flight distance.
Cool.
Yeah, and lighter airplanes actually use less fuel too, so they're better for the environment as well.
What research do you do here to make planes lighter?
Well, we're trying to figure out how to make the materials the airplanes are made out of a whole lot lighter. You see, today most airplanes are made out of metal, like this piece right here. It's really strong, but it's also really heavy.
Man, that is heavy.
Yeah, it sure is. Well, we're researching something brand new. It's called composite materials. Composite materials are really strong, but they're also really lightweight. Here's a really big piece of composites right back here. Can you help me with this piece?
I don't know if I can help. It looks kind of heavy. I might not be able to lift it.
Give it a try.
Wow, that's really light.
Sure is. Composite materials are already being used in a lot of military airplanes because they're really lightweight, but they're also strong. We're also looking at another kind of material that's really interesting. It actually bends and twists when activated, or it can pop up and down when activated too.
What's that?
They're called smart materials.
Smart material? I'm a smart material.
Yes, you are. This is an example of a smart material. This is called nitinol. And when you bend or twist it, it'll actually go back to being completely flat when you heat it up. If you want to try bending it up, then I'll heat it up and I'll show you how it works. There you go. That's great. And now when we heat it up, it goes back to being completely flat, as you can see.
Wow, that's cool. But how is that going to help an airplane?
Well, you can take this material and put it in the wings of an airplane and make the airplane wings bend or twist or even simulate little pop-up feathers like what birds use to fly.
Why would you want smart materials to mimic a bird's flight?
That's a good question. Well, for their size, birds are really good flyers. And we're hoping that if some of our smaller airplanes can fly more like birds and bend or twist their wings in flight to adjust for the different flight conditions while they're flying along, they can actually be much better flyers.
I don't think we can buy smart materials, but maybe we can make our egg carton lighter. Maybe we should use a foam carton.
Yes, now we need to test it. Or experiment.
Look, I bought some foam egg cartons.
Let's find the mass. First, we'll find the mass of the paper egg carton. It's 54.1 grams. Now we'll find the mass of the foam carton. It's 15.5 grams.
Wow, it's a little lighter. That means 15.5 grams makes 38.6 grams less than the other one.
Remember what we learned. Lighter materials will reduce the amount of weight on a plane and decrease the amount of thrust needed. And less weight will also decrease the drag.
Wow, that should make our plane fly further. Let's make another plane out of foam cartons.
Okay, let's throw it.
So what's up? Will the change in material to the foam egg carton help the plane fly farther? What's the most important force of flight? What will help the Treehouse Detectives win the contest? Don't miss the conclusion of The Case of the Challenging Flight.
That's the best we've had yet.
It's great. Do you think changing to a lighter weight material made a difference? Maybe the foam carton made a difference. But we still need to know more. Let's go to the problem board.
We know that lift, weight, thrust, and drag are the main forces of flight.
Yeah, but we also learned about yaw, pitch, and roll.
We need to know how all these forces work together to form a really fast plane.
I think we need to talk to a pilot.
My neighbor is a Young Eagles flight leader. If you would like to learn where a Young Eagles group is near you, just go to the NASA Wi-Fi's website. It's so cool. Every year, they give thousands of kids like us a hands-on experience flying planes. And it's sponsored by the EAA, an international organization.
No way, a real plane? This is so cool. I'll go. I've always wanted to fly a plane. Put a rudder on our plane. It helps stabilize the plane. This looks like it moves. What does it do?
This is an elevator. It helps the airplane go up and down. When the pilot moves the control yoke inside the airplane, they pull back on it. This elevator comes up and makes the airplane climb. If they push forward, the elevator goes down and the airplane is going to descend.
During takeoff, are all four forces of flight being used?
Yes, they are. We always have gravity and drag. We have to overcome those by creating the thrust and the lift. We do the thrust with the engine, causing the propeller to turn at maximum power, and then we use the elevator to create lift on the wings. The best way to find out is, guess what?
What?
You're going to get your first flying lesson today.
Me? Up in the air? Flying?
Yep.
All right, I'm ready.
Let's go.
That was so cool. I can't believe I was flying the plane. I have a question. What's the biggest challenge you run into when you're flying a plane?
Seeing the ground when the weather is bad is the biggest obstacle.
I heard NASA Langley is doing some really cool research that will help pilots fly in foggy weather. I think it's called synthetic vision. Have you ever heard about it?
Yes, I have. Synthetic vision will give the pilots a clear electronic picture of what's outside.
Even when it's foggy or dark outside?
Yes, there will be a screen that the pilot can look at and see if there are mountains ahead.
Like a video game?
Almost. Synthetic vision uses satellite signals and global positioning systems to give the pilot a very sophisticated map. And it will definitely help prevent aircraft crashes in the future.
That's so cool. I hope that by the time I become a pilot, synthetic vision will be in every plane. This will be an experience I will always remember. I can't believe I was really flying a plane.
You sure were and did a great job.
Look, there's Dr. D. He made it.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Dr. D. I think we're ready for the competition.
So tell me, what helped you prepare your plane for the competition?
We learned that in order for a plane to have lift, the front edge needed to be higher up than the back edge.
That made a big improvement over last year's plane. Then we needed to adjust the position of the wing so that the center of gravity was just a little ahead of the center of lift, before we had the wing too far forward.
Don't forget the roll problem that we corrected with the dihedral angle.
That's right. Bending the wings into the V-shape made a big improvement.
We learned that thrust was required even when the plane was moving at a constant speed.
In order to avoid as much drag as possible, we made sure that there were not any ragged edges.
Yes, and we used larger wings than we did last year because it gave us more lift.
We kept the plane's weight to a minimum because the more weight you have, the more lift you'll need and the more thrust you'll need to keep the plane going.
You've learned a lot and improved your plane so much. It's a wonder that it flew at all last year.
We are so excited. We think that we are going to win.
But even if you don't win, just remember all the things you've learned about how airplanes fly.
Yes, but winning is so nice.
Seagulls, get ready to yell. Let's go.
Wow, this is exciting.
Yeah.
Today might even be our day.
Yeah, we worked really hard as a team. Who knows? We might even win this contest.
I think so.
Good time.
Welcome, young aviators. Welcome to the great extraordinary airplane contest. On this team, we have Mr. Dan Locke and the Barron Knights. And over here, we have Mr. John Livingston and the Smith Seagulls. The contest rules are simple. The distance your plane flies will be measured from the point of launch to the point where the plane lands. The top two teams will move on to the finals. Are you ready? Yeah! Team members, move to the launching pads.
I'm getting a little nervous. We have to win this trial to be able to advance to the next level.
Here we go.
Yeah!
look who we're up against. That team is tough, but we might be able to win.
Let's try.
Yeah.
This might be a tie. It looks close. Hand me the meter stick, please. It looks like the Treehouse Detectives have won by a mere 4 centimeters.
We won by 4 centimeters. That's like 1.5 inches.
Good time. Good time.
All right.
The Treehouse Detectives have pulled off an extraordinary upset here at the airplane contest. I'm with the winning team right now. Kids, no one thought you would win today. How did you do it?
We used a lot of science as inquiry. This definitely helped us learn about the 4 forces of flight.
And we used our research notebook to keep a lot of data and notes on our experiment.
And it really worked. We finally are winners.
It looks like we're all winners, kids. Thanks for competing, and good luck next year.
Thanks, I am. And tell those kids to watch out because I'm already working on my plane for next year. I'm Ted Toon saying so long from KSNN.
Absolutely nothing. I love that song.
Falling down, my fair lady.
Ooh. Excuse me. Can you do that?
You guys say hello?
Say hi. Hello.
Say good morning, Mr. Chan.
Good morning, Mr. Chan.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the LaVergne Board and Zone Appeals, January the 30th, 2024 at 5:30 p.m. Call the meeting to order. We do have a quorum. If you would review the minutes from the January the 9th, 2024 meeting, please. Any comments or questions, let me know. If not, we can move ahead to a motion.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Motion carries. Moving on, new business. A request for special exception to allow sales and leasing of trucks and trailers properly located at 470 Dick Buchanan Street, tax map 14, parcel 50, I2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by 470 Dick Buchanan LLC. Mr. Logan, please.
Thanks. So this is a request. It's from 470 Dick Buchanan Street, and some of you all that were on the Planning Commission remember this lot. So it's on the east side of Dick Buchanan Street as you go north. You can see it there on the screen. And this parcel went to the Planning Commission and was approved approximately 1 year ago, last spring, and they were approved for tractor trailer storage at this site. They also have two buildings under construction that were approved with that site plan. We'll see those here in just a moment. The zoning is I2 Heavy Industrial, which is right in the middle of this image. So that dark blue color is heavy industrial zoning. So that does allow for tractor trailer storage. And then this is a photo of the site before the development when it was a lot better weather and you can actually see. So I'm sure you've had a chance to look over the application that was in your packet. So I'll just read a little bit here from the report. In the municipal zoning ordinance in Article 5, the commercial uses that are allowed in C1, C2, C3, and C4 zoning can be allowed in any I2 district if the Board of Zoning Appeals grants a special exception for those commercial uses. So in this case, they've asked for vehicle leasing, and we included leasing and sales just so that in the future, if they change their mind, they're approved for both of those uses. But right now, they want to do vehicle leasing, so according to these parts of the municipal zoning ordinance, that is allowed with the special exception from this board. And staff has not received any phone calls from the sign that's posted there on the property. And this is the plan, one page at least from the site plan that went through the Planning Commission. So you can see the two buildings there at the top of the image and a detention pond that are proposed for the site. And of course, a lot of asphalt and parking as well. Other than that, that sums it up from staff. So I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Logan. Do we have an applicant here this evening? If you would step to the podium, please. You raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
If you would, please state your name and address for the record, please.
Okay. My name is Alex Dickerson. I'm an attorney with Thompson Burton Law Firm in Nashville, 1801 West End Avenue.
My name is Brent Long, and I'm a general manager with Meisler Trailer Rentals in Nashville, Tennessee, 344 Wilhagen Road.
Thanks, sir. Gentlemen, have any questions for the applicant this evening? So just a couple of questions, just to break off. So obviously the original was set up for storage, correct?
Yes.
And so now the trailer sales, what percentage do you think are going to be trailer sales versus storage? Just a matter of interest.
Well, we don't have any sales that are going to happen on this property. It's all going to be leasing on this property.
Just leasing, okay.
Yes,
okay.
that's correct.
And so there'll be no maintenance done?
Well, there'll be maintenance on their trailers and repair on their trailers. That's about 20% of the entire property is just maintenance of their units.
So we're saying there, you're referring to the leasee of the
yes,
trucks?
the lessee, yes.
Okay, good deal.
which is who we're the tenant in this case.
Understand. Any other questions, gentlemen? This went through the Planning Commission, as Ms. Logan said last year, it was scrutinised by our Planning Commission, was approved finally. There were some issues initially that got sorted out and they've been resolved. This is just for the request for special exception to allow the sales and leasing at this facility. Any questions?
No questions.
If that, I'll take a motion for or against the motion to request for a special exception to allow sales and leasing of trucks and trailers.
Make a motion to accept the exception.
Motion to accept. To a second?
A second.
Second. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
New business number 3, request a sign variance, property located at 5145 Mersborough Road, tax map 15, parcel 2.11, C4 Shopping Centre, zoning district, property owned by Kroger Ltd, Partnership 1. Mr. Logan, your report, please.
Thanks. So this is a request from the Kroger that's located just down the street here. They started a new clickless service last year, and they had to make some modifications to the site and the building, including some parking changes for that clickless service. And part of that is that they now need to update their signage to reflect the change in the service that they're offering. So Kroger is requesting additional signage for the building. You can see the zoning is C4, which is currently the shopping center district, and it's outlined in blue there on the screen. And then this is the current site that shows Kroger and the out parcels on Murfreesboro Road, and of course their gas island. So these are photos of the store currently. And then their application. So this is what they've submitted. It's a fairly straightforward request, but they will be requesting the pickup sign that would go on the building, and this would be located to the left. As you face the building, it'd be the left of the main entrance. And they're also requesting some smaller signs for that service as well. Other than that, read here some from the report. Of course, they have identified the need for more signage, and per section 4-070 of the zoning ordinance, commercial structures are allowed to have additional signage if the Board of Zoning Appeals grants them that request. Other than that, staff doesn't have any additional comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Logan. Do we have an applicant here this evening for this request? If you would raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, none but the truth, so help you God?
I will.
Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Betsy Shackelford, and I work for Premier Sign Company, and the address in question is 5145 Murfreesboro Road.
Thank you. Any questions about the report that Mr. Logan gave? Did you have any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, good. Questions from the board? I'll lead off with a couple. So the blue will be the same colour blue that's for the Kroger on the additional sign. The same as the same.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. And obviously, if you just explain a little bit of what you did with the car park, because obviously those on the Planning Commission know what happened, but the other board members don't. If you just explain what you're trying to do here with the parking.
Honestly, I'm the sign company, so
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure that I know about what we're doing with the car parking. But basically, from what I do know, you've always had the Kroger location, the Kroger store, and because of, I'm assuming there must have been a parking issue, but they have actually rented the tenant space next to the actual Kroger's. This used to be a seafood restaurant, I think, according to Google Maps at least. Anyway, so they have now taken this new space And this is going to be their pickup area, so that when people have ordered their pickups, they can be gathered, they can be put in this space, and then people can come in and pick them up quickly and be done.
Does that make sense, gentlemen?
I've used it since they've opened it, so.
Any other questions? With that, I'll take a motion for or against the request for a sign variance on that property, please.
Motion to accept.
You have a motion to accept. Do you have a second?
Second.
Second. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
With that is the last item on the agenda. With that, of course, meeting adjourned. Thank you.
am here with the League of Women Voters of Murfreesboro and Rutherford County. We want to thank you for being here this evening. It is my distinct privilege to introduce to you Mary Catherine Sevier, who is one of the co-presidents of our chapter, and she will do a welcome. Thank you, Bobby.
Thank you all so much for being here. It is my pleasure to welcome you. I'm delighted for us to all be here and to be able to address a televised audience as well as we hear from these important, this distinguished panel on these important issues of school capacity and population growth. I need to remind you that the League of Women Voters is a strictly nonpartisan organization. We address issues that affect the community. Our mission is empowering voters and defending democracy. We would be honored if you would consider joining us in this mission. You may do so by going to our website, and we hope that you'll join us at future events. Our next one will be in April, and you can learn more about that as well. I'm now delighted to introduce to you Mayor Jason Cole from the City of LaVergne.
Well, good evening. I just wanted to take a moment to welcome everybody to LaVergne City Hall, and we're very grateful that the League of Women Voters is hosting this forum where obviously tonight this panel will solve overcrowding, correct? No pressure, guys, no pressure. But thank you all for being here, and with that said, I will turn it over to the panelists.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the League of Women Voters, I'll be moderating tonight's forum on school overcrowding and the way forward. As Bobby mentioned earlier, we'll begin tonight's program with a presentation from the superintendent on school funding. Dr. Sullivan.
All right, thank you all. So I'm Judy Sullivan, the proud superintendent director of schools, means the same exact thing, of Rutherford County Schools. So quickly, Rutherford County Schools has just under 52,000 students. We're the fourth largest district in the state of Tennessee, right behind Knox County, Metro Nashville, and then Memphis Shelby. So we are the fourth largest school system. We have 50 schools that range in size from about 240 for our smallest elementary school, all the way up to a large comprehensive high school, Stewart's Creek High School, which is 2,480. I have the unenviable task of making sure to hit how we are funded in about 5 minutes. And so I'm going to go over just a couple quick things, and then I have a PowerPoint that I can share with you afterwards so that everyone can see how it works. So a couple just basics about funding. Rutherford County is part of Rutherford County government. So Rutherford County Schools is part of Rutherford County government. From a budgetary standpoint, that means we are in a centralized accounting structure. So our school board has the ability to purchase things, set our own budget, but we have to, for funding, go to the county commission under Rutherford County government for all of the funding aspect. And so that's a big portion that is very important for our public to realize, is that our school board does not have taxing authority, and we don't have the authority to go out and secure new revenue. We are governed by the Private Act of 1975, which puts in place how all of our operations work. So let's talk a little bit about how that works. Our budget calendar starts in December. Tennessee Code Annotated gives a strict outline of how we have to go through a budget process, and it starts with principals. Principals go through and they have to give us feedback on what they need for staffing, capital improvements, instruction, technology, hardware. They have individual meetings with myself and my leadership team. We do the same thing with our central office staff. Our school board starts getting that information in February. We then compile all of that information so that we have a board retreat in March. And by that point, we hope to, from our State Department, have a little bit of an idea of what type of state funding we're going to receive. And it goes all the way from December until the last Monday in June, to where we hopefully get it approved by the county commission. So it is a 6-month long process that our school system works on, and we talk about just about every board meeting in some aspect. And so let's talk about just a couple different ways that their funds look at. For our school system, we look at 4 different funds. The first one we're going to talk about is the big one. It's Fund 141. So that is an important number to remember. Fund 141 is general purpose school funds. Just about everything that you think of that happens in a school happens in that budget. It is $518 million. So that is a shocking number when you hear it, 518 million. But I want to put that into perspective a little bit. Out of 142 districts in the state, Rutherford County is funded 117th out of 142. So it is a large number, but per pupil, we do much more with less. And so that's something we're proud of, but we are to the point where the rubber's kind of met the road a little bit. It goes everywhere from teacher salaries to medical insurance to textbooks to computers to custodial software. It basically covers everything of how we operate as a district. So that's 141. 143 is another one. That is our centralized cafeteria. The best way I know how to describe a centralized cafeteria is to think of it as a restaurant. It is self-funded. It does not rely on taxpayer funding. It is totally funded by lunch payments and USDA reimbursements for free and reduced lunch. And so that's another fund that we have to look at. Fund 177 is what we call capital projects. So we've looked at 141, the big one so far, 143, the cafeteria, and now 177, which is a little bit unique to Rutherford County. That goes back over 2 decades with a former county commissioner, Commissioner Bullen, who called it the Bullen nickel. And so it was basically a nickel of the property tax went to making sure that we could go and take care of deferred maintenance. The school system over the last couple years has actually put more of our operating money into this fund so that we could try to get a handle on some of our deferred maintenance. Unfortunately, at the same time, inflation has really soared. And so where we used to be able to do a HVAC or air conditioning system for $1.5 million or $2 million, now we're looking at $7 or $8 million for every HVAC system that we look to replace. So that fund is about $19 million a year. So we look at replacing 2 HVAC systems and then any other maintenance that occurs. And so that's 177. And then the last one is the one we're going to talk quite a bit about tonight, I'm sure, is Fund 189. 189 is where we build buildings out of. New building, new construction, renovations, additions, all of those come out of 189. Unfortunately, the largest majority of that is also funded by property tax. It is funded by the adequate school facilities tax, which is roughly around $1 a square foot. But without getting too far into it, that's where we are looking for new revenue streams because that just isn't enough to be able to build $1 a square foot for our schools to be able to look. The other part of that Fund 189 is we have to issue bonds from our county commission. So again, the school system cannot go and just say we need a building and to build new buildings. We have to go get funding approved from our county commission. We have been able to fund $30 million of a new elementary school using some of our savings account, if you will. We call it fund balance, but the rest of it has to come from funding from the county commission. It's not just that the county commission has to look at property tax, they also have to look at our debt ratio, which if you're thinking about it as your credit score, you want it at the very highest level for you to be able to borrow. And so when you hear in the public they can't go borrow anymore, it's not that our county is not in a great spot, it's that if we go borrow more money, then our credit score is going to take a little bit of a dip. It's the best way I know how to explain it. The last part we're going to hit on quickly is the state did have a new funding mechanism. It is called TISA, and so that is the new funding mechanism that has really allocated a lot of extra funds to Rutherford County and to all districts for the most part across the state. We are now looking at, from a local perspective, the local county commission funded maintenance of effort, which is all we asked for. That is the legal minimum that the county is required to ask or to fund. So maintenance of effort, right at about $190 million. The state is sending us about 330. And so that's it. That is that $518 to $520 million. So you hear a lot about the local tax base, but we receive the largest majority of our funding from the state. So hope that was a quick little 5-6 minute overview of how we are funded.
Thank you, Dr. Sullivan. In case I didn't mention it, my name is Cheryl Griffith. But now I would like to share how this discussion will work. There was a request that we provide assigned questions to each panelist, which we have provided. However, we welcome all comments on any question from any panelist. There will be 2 rounds of questions, with each panel member being asked 1 question during each round. After the panelist answers the question within 2 minutes, everyone else will be asked if they would like to respond to that question. We do encourage you to feel free to provide your own insights into a question that has been responded to by another panelist. If several of you wish to comment, We will select 3 additional responses allocated with 1 minute response time for each question asked. If no one asks to respond, I will consider calling on another panel member or 2 for their thoughts. This is likely to occur when the question relates to both the school system and the county. Now let us begin. The first question is directed to Commissioner Wilson and Mrs. Bratton. Please advise us as to the role the school system and county government plays in responding to new housing developments in Rutherford County. How do the various levels of government interact on this matter? When is each government entity informed or engaged in the process of learning about upcoming developments that have been proposed or approved? Either one may begin.
You want to go ahead, Phil?
I'd be happy to, sure. First of all, hello, everyone. It's going to be a very exciting night. I forgot to wear my hearing aids. So, Dr. Sullivan, I look at you and I'm saying this. I didn't catch what you said. Chances are we've probably already talked about it, though. So let me go ahead and start by, I'm going to kind of dig in and give you some answers from checking with all of the mayors around town, because I went into this question and said, let me ask everyone how they're communicating, because that's basically what we're trying to know. Now, obviously, Dr. Sullivan can and Ms. Bratton can talk about how the school system is getting updated, but I find the communication up to this point to be pretty terrible. And let me kind of explain what I mean by that. I talked to Doug DeMasi. He is the county's planning director. Okay, that's for Rutherford County. So you got to remember, we've got municipalities, dominantly LaVergne, Smyrna, Murfreesboro be the ones I'm speaking of. And then when I talk about Doug in the county, it's the county's planning director. They have been providing, I believe, a lot update. Now, I said, Doug, for the school board members that don't understand real estate and development, what does a lot update even do for them? Is that practical? And that's still a question that is not. So I said, okay, so that's not a good answer. How many would you feel comfortable if you know what lot permits were pulled, what that means for students? I think we can do better. And actually, Jason Cole and I have a wonderful banter back and forth constantly, monthly, about the staggering amount of permits pulled in various stages, from development all the way through to a building. You have to remember that the way funding works, it's so slow, it'll drive you insane. By the time we think we need something and we can discuss getting money for it, it's going to be 2 or 3 years before the doors open. So we need a high school in this north end. We are absolutely on fire. We're talking about buying land to do that. We're not even to getting the funding yet for that high school. We just approved the elementary school. I'm going to stop there on this subject and stick to the one you asked me to finish my 2 minutes. The communication needs to be better, and I'm going to tell you, I talked to some of you guys in November and exposed this issue. Talked to Mayor Carr, found out communication was pretty bad between everyone. When I talked to Doug a few days ago, we are going to reach out to the mayors and the planning directors and try to get a meeting with Dr. Sullivan to say, here's the information we have. How can we get it to you in a practical manner that turns into when you will need seats for students in those developments?
Thank you.
Thank you. As Commissioner Wilson just said, the communication is a little lacking. We don't always find out about things. Thank God for Tammy Sharp, who will come in and say, okay, folks, 1,100 permits were just approved.
1,000.
Yeah, 1,000, okay.
1,000.
Just 1,100, okay. But what I want you all to understand is the school system has absolutely no jurisdiction over developments. When people say to us, why don't you stop building houses? Well, we don't. We build schools, and we have to go on the build it and they will come theory, but we have to put a school where somebody else decides to put a development, and it makes it very, very difficult. So as Commissioner Wilson has said, I'm hoping that we have a little bit better communication than just not knowing where things are going.
Thank you. The next question is for Dr. Sullivan and Commissioner Oliver. What are your views on the governor's proposal to have a statewide tax-funded school voucher program that will cost $144 million for $20,000 for the first year where there is no income eligibility requirements, especially since Rutherford County Schools is not fully funded.
We did it for you.
I can go first.
Perfect.
I would first like to say good evening. I'm Commissioner Hope Oliver, and my district is District 1, which is primarily Lake Forest, and I'm happy to be here. Now, the question was, how do I view or feel about the governor's voucher proposal? I don't feel good about it at all. Basically, it is government subsidies for the rich. It's interesting how the legislator doesn't want to subsidize or give assistance to those who truly need it, but they want to give this taxpayer money to people who are already paying for private school. Now, granted, it states that it's only $144 million to start off with, but if every student that is currently in private school, whose parents are currently paying for them to be in private school, gets funded, we're looking at $780 million. So you tell me what you think about that.
Thank you.
Yep. I'll hit on as well, and I just want to iterate that this is my view. I don't represent the school board, so this is Director of Schools' viewpoint. Definitely concerns. I'm not against competition, not against making sure that you are doing the best you possibly can. I think where we have the biggest amount of concerns is just the lack of consistency between the two. For example, we spend a ton of time preparing for all of our assessments that we have to give, rightfully so. There's been a lot of attention around third grade. And so what a third grade parent could rightfully do right now is if they are not on what the state views as grade level reading in third grade, they would have to go through fourth grade tutoring, or they could unenroll their student and take a voucher and go to a private school and then not have to do third grade. And so for Director of Schools, we just want equal. As long as you have equal systems, playing by the same rules, the same playing field, then we'll compete with anybody. But there has to be some type of level playing field that we're all competing on the same thing.
Thank you. Does
I would like to rebut, not rebut, but I have an additional comment. When you talk about parents being able to take their students out of public school to put in private school, not everybody's going to be able to do that. Because granted, when you go to these private schools, okay, the voucher is $10,000, but the tuition is $13,000. Who's going to make up that difference? So there's not a level playing field there at all. So we really have to think about who is this really benefiting. And then, as he mentioned, the accountability is not there. When it comes to testing and other metrics, the accountability is not there. And so that's challenging.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilson?
Go ahead, Ms. Sharp.
Sorry.
Thank you. Good to see everybody out tonight. I'm so glad to see an almost fully packed room. Thank you for coming out. Now we need you on Tuesdays and Thursdays at the school board meetings, okay? Twice a month, okay? Because that's about the only way we're going to get some help up here on the north end. So thank y'all for having me. I know people were not happy about me supporting charters, but we've got 3 charters that are about to open, 2 in LaVergne and 1 in Smyrna, and it is going to help us with the overcrowding. But this vouchers bill is a lot of sugar, a lot of waste, and it's probably going to cost us upwards to $1 billion once they get everything together. And I think it's really disingenuous that they started with the voucher issue to help the underprivileged when Commissioner Oliver was talking about if it's $7,000, they're going to get $7,000, and the tuition, we know tuition here is anywhere up to $15,000. Those students are not going to they're not going to be able to have lunch. They're not going to have the Title I funding. They're not going to have after-school programs. They're not going to be able to do anything, even if their parents were able to close the gap on that funding. This voucher to me, in essence, is having a car that we owe money on that we are not going to fix, that there's some issue with it we're not going to fix, and buying another car and owing money on that. That's what I think the vouchers are. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I just wanted to give a quick update. I just heard Friday from Representative Charlie Baum where this is. I just thought everybody'd enjoy hearing that. Obviously, we've heard about this $144 million bill. This is how much chaos is happening right now in Nashville, just to keep you up to date. The House bill It's up to $500 million. I'm going to tell you why. In order to get the votes for this, this is real iffy because everyone understands you're taking money out of public education, right? Everyone can see that on either side of the equation. So in the House bill, a lot of things have been added in to try to get the votes over to do it. And it ended up to where if you do that, which was actually providing up to $20 million for capital projects for public education, we can use that money. That's some candy right there to get it passed. The problem is that would come with a $500 million price tag. Y'all, we are not projected at the state to have any additional revenue this year, nor are we in Rutherford County, which we can discuss later. So this bill is in absolute turmoil all the way. The Senate is doubtful to pass if that House bill did. So I just wanted you to know where this is at. This is still being discussed, fought, probably has no chance of having a bill on both sides getting done right now. Just wanted to give you that update.
And it's 3 different bills, the governor's, the House, and the Senate.
Yeah, so it's
there's
very
a lot
heavily debated right now.
My sources are saying they'll do a joint resolution and come together and get it passed.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to say that Dr. Sullivan did say this was his opinion, and he was not speaking for the board, so I am speaking for the board. We sent in a resolution protesting vouchers from the Rutherford County School Board, signed by our students. Thank you again to Ms. Sharp.
Thank you for clarifying. Does anyone else have any other comments before we move to the next question? So this next question is for Mrs. Bratton. The governor plans on providing this year $15 million to charter schools for facility costs. Can you please advise how Rutherford County Schools views charter schools' impact on the overcrowding situation being experienced by LaVergne schools?
Well, that's very difficult to say because, A, we don't know how many children are actually going to be going to these charter schools. We have an idea of what they're going to be opening to try to open enrollment. The only problem that I see with charter schools and overcrowding is that these students can come from any place in Rutherford County. They don't have to come from LaVergne. They can come from downtown Murfreesboro. They can come from Murfreesboro City. They can come from homeschool. They can come from many different places. So how many children we're actually going to lose out of our classrooms is very much up in the air.
Thank you. Does anyone have any other comments before I follow on?
I did, actually. Yes. So is my understanding that charter schools are primarily for elementary school students. So when we're looking ahead, those are coming out of our schools for, what, 5-6 years? And then all of a sudden, they're all going to come back?
For now. Some of the schools would like to go all the way through high school, but they don't start out that way. They do have to start usually K-5 in order to build that capacity all the way up. So right now, we are talking about elementary.
Yeah, I was just thinking in terms of in the future, it may create a little chaos when we've allocated for X amount, and then all of a sudden there's a big rush of students coming in once they finish that 5th grade, and maybe that charter school hasn't gotten to the point of adding on yet.
That's a possibility. We just won't know until we get there.
We have the same issue with the Murfreesboro City Schools.
Okay.
Murfreesboro. But
We
they
do know how many of those kids are coming.
Yeah, we do know, we do know who are coming,
got
but we
that.
do have them that come from the city schools. But it is my hope that every year that they are going to add a grade level every year. So
Will there be some communication between the charter and Rutherford
Yes,
County?
yes.
Oh, yeah.
Hopefully with
Oh,
numbers?
yeah.
Yes.
2 of them, yes.
Two of them are,
Authorized with, yes.
yes, 2 of them we have jurisdiction over. The other one, the state has jurisdiction over. So that one probably will not have the same amount of communication.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. By a show of hands, I'm just kidding. If you did not catch, this is really on point. If you have not seen the Rutherford County Commission's Health and Education Committee meeting video from this past Tuesday, we had an unbelievably robust conversation that was really on point, asking hard questions about funding and enrollment. That we could not spend enough time tonight trying to repeat. What you will get if you will go to YouTube, the RCTV channel, and find the Health and Education meeting from February 27th, which was also incidentally my 25th wedding anniversary. I'm throwing that out there. And I was in the committee meeting. If you will go watch that, there is more questions answered there than we could possibly answer tonight. And I think you'll enjoy hearing from one of our actual charter schools and the superintendent and all the members of that committee ask hard questions.
All right, thank you so much. Mrs. Bratton, I have a follow-on question for you.
Okay.
Can you please share how charter schools will be enrolling students? Will they, well, you probably have answered most of this question. Will
Okay.
they accept anyone that applies, or will there be requirements that students must meet?
Charter schools do have their own way to take in their applications. They will take all applications that come to them. That doesn't mean everybody's in there, it just means they take all applications. They, if a charter school happens to have more applications than they have seats, then they will go by law to a lottery system. So that is the way that they will be filling their seats.
Does anyone have a comment to that?
I can give an update. So one of the two that we have authorized used the same exact application system we do for choice seats. So they sent out 243 possible seats of 250. They've had 99 accept. They've had quite a few decline as well because they applied for Thurman, Francis, McFadden, so kind of the same whole aspect. And then the other one is still doing their enrollment. We haven't heard yet. The part that I think is important is that in this first year, one will have 250, one's projected at 350. That's the growth that we had in September, October, and November. And so it's not going to do enough to maybe cover half a year if we open 2 a year.
They all come from the same place.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. This next question is for Commissioner Davidson and Dr. Sullivan. RCS has recently approved a comprehensive rezoning report as a means of addressing the overcrowding that exists within Rutherford County. Despite the efforts being undertaken in this initiative, it documents that overcrowding will continue to exist even in 2028. Can you please share what other strategies the RCS and county are employing to solve this problem?
I'll let you go ahead with that.
So we went through about a 16, 17-month project. First was seeing what were enrollment issues that have occurred over the last decade, but then what are our enrollment trends, looking at birth rates, a little bit of everything for the last couple years. We then looked at a painstaking view of every one of our schools to see what was capacity at every single one of our schools, and allowing an outsider to come into your building and tell you how many kids you can fit in there. You can only imagine went really well with our principals. And then we went through looking at zoning lines. And so we have truly utilized every resource that we have available as far as seats go. And that does require some students to have to drive past a school to go to another school, which is not what we want. But ultimately, we have to be able to fill our seats first before we can get additional funding. So as a director of schools, I would never want to rezone kids, but we're to that point. As far as having a plan for until 2028, unless we have new buildings, there is no plan. And there has to be more funding for more buildings. And that is something the county school system, or the school system, has used every available resource that we have. Without new buildings, I'd be lying to you if I told you there was a solution outside of that. There's not.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any comments?
And that is also an issue we struggle with. We work hand in hand with the school board, and it is a struggle for all of us. Obviously, we recently submitted a bill asking for impact fees to help us help the school. And as of right now, it looks to be dead again this year with no help from the state to help us. So we're really grasping at straws here, trying to find a way to create more revenue, because obviously the schools cannot create revenue. So that falls to this commission and all of our departments and finance to try to find another solution, because currently, I'm not sure if anyone is aware, the debt service for Rutherford County is $600 million. $500 million of those dollars are from the schools. So That's what you were talking about before earlier, that there's only so much you can borrow before your numbers fall, and that's where we're struggling.
Yes, ma'am.
If I may. I have to say that we have worked very well with the county commissioners, and they have funded everything that we've asked for. It's been a two-step that we've stepped on a few toes and not meaning to, but we have it worked out. And we have new money every year, but it's cyclical. It's not like our home budget that we get paid every week. Our county only gets paid once a year, so we only get funding once a year. And once we plan what we want to do with that money, there's no more money. So there's still plans in the pipe that we need to do, but there's no more money. So we have to wait till the next year to take a bite off of that plan, the 5-year plan. So.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Oliver?
And I just want to add to that as it relates to funding, public schools are funded in arrears. Now, these charter school proposals, they get their money on the front end.
Yes.
And you already noted that public schools is not fully funded. So where's the equity in that?
Thank you. Commissioner Wilson?
Thank you. I don't see it covered in the other questions, so I don't want to miss this since it was part of what they're talking about. When your property tax in the county were raised this year by 26 cents, when they were raised, let me tell you what that covered. That covered balancing the budget from a $64 million deficit of an over-appropriated budget from the previous year, and that broke us even. We have a completely balanced budget. Now, let me tell you what that appropriated for so you know where we're at. That paid for those 3 high school additions that are underway. We also put the money into debt service, enough to cover what we just approved. The elementary school on the Beatty Farm that was approved, that was money we already knew we were going to be able to approve a year ago. We knew we could cover that. Let me make sure I'm very clear. The next thing I believe that the school board has asked for is a middle school on that Beatty property. And I need to be clear, we do not have a pathway to get that money. When I say money, we're not talking about paying cash. Those days are long past us. We're talking about paying the mortgage. It will cost us about $7 million annually to borrow $100 million. We don't have that $7 million right now. We can continue this conversation as much as you want to ask, but I'm just telling you, we do not have a path forward financially on the revenue we have without the penny growing or additional revenue sources.
If I may, just real quick. That also, I know on this end of the county, so the middle school we had hoped to ask for this year. You obviously hear that's not going to happen. The high school is behind the middle school. And so I know on this area of the county that is extremely, extremely challenging, but the high school is a year behind the middle school.
Thank you. Anyone else have any comments? The next question is for Mrs. Sharp. How does the new Tennessee investment in student achievement funding formula assist Rutherford County in providing more resources for capital improvements to the school system?
In my opinion, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
It doesn't. I think the weighted categories per student was a good thing, so that sets aside money for English second language or students that are dyslexic or some kind of special needs. I think that was good. Ms. Rosales, who is not here tonight, did a deep dive on the budget, on the TISA, solid work, but how they calculated what we got for capital punishment, capital projects. It is punishment. How they
For funding feels like capital.
Yes, it does. So how they calculated it was they did it by grade bands, and they just did an average by a grade band. So Ms. Rosales had we signed a resolution and we sent it to the Hill and asked them to turn the resolution into a bill, and that has ended up in the round basket somewhere. But it really doesn't help us.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
There is no component in TISA for infrastructure and capital projects. So it is strictly a year behind. So as Oliver mentioned, it's a year behind. It is. We're funded on last year's students. And so we're running a district of 51,700 kids on what we're funded of 49,000. And that is all on the local tax base.
Yes, sir.
Just one small comment. Without TISA being approved, we would have been hurting quite a bit more. I just want to say it did provide millions of additional dollars that the BEP did not. We would have even been in worse position without TISA. So I just want to say, where it does not provide for capital projects, it does provide money for other expenses like wage increases and paying for insurance and benefits, which what happened is with inflation absolutely strangling us, all the additional funds are going just to keep our folks employed and paid where they won't leave for other counties. So I just want you to know that in fairness, if TISA would not have been approved by the state government and we were still under the BEP, we would have had to raise taxes even more just to cover last year's budget.
Thank you. The next question, we'll move on to the next question, is for Mrs. Darby. According to the 2024 Public School Review, the school spending student ratio for Rutherford County is $10,180, which is less than the state average of $12,422. Also, as of last year, the student-teacher ratio of 16:1 in Rutherford County schools is more than the state average, which is 15:1. Can you please explain why that is, and what needs to be done to have Rutherford County meet or exceed the state average?
One word I think could even answer this, which is growth, really. In the last 10 years, we are spending roughly about $1,000 more per student with the money that we have. So sorry. We're definitely spending more per student, but as Dr. Sullivan said earlier, we are not, I just totally lost my train of thought, sorry y'all. We've got $1,000 more per student coming in, but the amount of students that we have increased in such a short period of time, we're not able to keep up. We are playing catch up consistently, and it just, unfortunately for all of us, I think as we've all seen, everyone is putting their best efforts forward. I think the relationships, from what I have been told, I've only been on the school board a year and a half, but are much, much better. Everybody's working together, trying to move this train forward, trying to catch up. Unfortunately, there is such a huge gap between where we have been and where we need to be. I'm not sure how long it's going to take and how much money it would take to actually get us to that place where we are caught up. So I think the growth is just a huge factor. I think we're doing the absolute best with what we do have. I know we have converted all of the space in all of our buildings to accommodate as many students as possible. And it's a little scary, honestly, wondering as all of this building continues to occur and all these people keep coming to Rutherford County, where we're gonna put these students when we don't have the funds to build the buildings that we need to put them in. So the growth is really the biggest situation. I'm not really sure how you control that when you can't get the help with impact fees and zoning keeps changing to higher density zoning, so we're putting more people in smaller places. It's like one thing on top of another, just compounding the issue. So I think everybody's working hard, and I don't think it's gonna be a one solution situation. I think we're gonna have to hit it from multiple different angles.
Thank you. Does anyone have anything else to add?
I do.
Yes, ma'am.
Phil could probably say it better than me, being the realtor, but just as someone that has not really taken the back roads in a while, and I did. And I know when I was running for commissioner, I was told by Mayor Cole that within a 3 to 5 mile radius of LaVergne, there were 13,000 permits pulled for housing within a 3 to 5 mile radius of here. So a few weeks ago, we talk about growth, I hear about growth, but I'm all over the place. So I took some back roads, and there was not one piece of land that I passed between Murfreesboro and LaVergne on strictly the back roads where Waldron and all of that is, that they were not building massive subdivisions. And it just was utterly shocking to see it with my own eyes and not just hear from someone, oh, they're building here, oh, they're building here. I saw it, and it is utterly terrifying as a commissioner and also as a grandparent of a child in these schools that we're trying to help, of where we're gonna end up.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Just quickly, so to answer the question of how do we catch up, Ultimately, the state funding is what it is, so everybody gets close to the same. As we've talked about, Ms. Darby, he mentioned with growth, a lot of our property tax and sales tax from the county goes towards paying for the debt ratio. It would take $114 million of extra local revenue to get us to within $200 of the state average. So that's not occurring.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
Okay.
Smelling sauce.
All right, does anyone have anything else to add? The next question is for Commissioner Wilson. Can you please share how the county evaluates and assesses how much funding will be available for funding education?
Absolutely. I looked to my left and asked these four people and their comrades what their assessment is. So let me kind of explain how this works. It's a great question. These guys evaluate what they need. And I think Dr. Sullivan hit on maintenance of effort. Let me explain that. The way that the state protects education funding is maintenance of effort means that a county that is staying the same and or growing, the school system is guaranteed to get the same appropriated local funds, period. The only way that can change is a 3-year period of a decline and a decrease in population. The state can reevaluate that. Which what he's saying is whatever we gave them last year, they're getting that again, period. There is no argument or discussion on that. They asked for that this year.
There's no argument? You sure, Mr. Will?
I have never argued on a state mandated law. I tend to want to argue the things we can actually affect change on, but that's a good one. Maintenance of effort is there for that reason. So one of the things that TISA did is they were able to give back, and they did. This is the partnership between your schools and the local government, which affects you on your property taxes. They gave back 11 pennies. Right? Your property tax this year is assessed at $1.87. They gave back 11 cents, which used to be appropriated to cover that. TISA covered that extra money. They gave 10 cents back that went into debt service to help us pay the bills on these capital projects, which is buildings. Okay? They also gave us an additional penny back from the 177 from maintenance. So TISA helped them give us 11 cents of your property tax money back to go towards debt and maintenance, right? So that's how we're working together. But they evaluate, they tell us what they need, and if they need above maintenance of effort, remember I told you, and these are key things for you to understand while you're watching us over the next few months. We have a balanced budget, and we don't have additional revenue set to come in beyond what is, if the penny does not grow, which is meaning that the valuation of what our property tax penny is worth, if it does not grow, there is no additional revenue, it's flat. So if these guys say they need maintenance of effort plus the growth of the penny and we don't have growth, that money either we have to say, you're going to have to do it on what you had because we don't have it. Because guess where is the only place your county government can get money for schools from if the state doesn't give it? It's us. We are not the villain when your property taxes goes up. It is when you hit a button to vote for a property tax, you'll lose sleep. Made me sick. But what makes me sicker is to think I can't have kids falling out of windows and not having food because we can't fund the school system. We have to have enough money to pay the bills, everybody. And the property tax is the only tool your county government has. We can't raise the wheel tax enough for your tags on your car to build a school. We're simply out of options. So when you hear us discussing what we need and what these guys need, how do we assess it? They ask and we say, man, here's what we got, and we work it out. But if they need money and you want it, we have to collectively agree to take a property tax increase to fund it. It's very important for you to understand that I pay it too, and so does everybody here. We all live here. But that's the only way right now that we can afford to make any additional increases in budget or in capital projects to build buildings.
Thank you. Does anyone else have anything else to add? Yes, ma'am.
I'll add, he's absolutely right. But this is the information that you need to be speaking to your elected officials about. I mean, you can't wait till it's already done. They need to hear from you. I was actually on the Hill speaking to one of our delegations and was told, yeah, y'all have a problem down in Rutherford County. I'm like, excuse me, you're a Rutherford County citizen too. We have a problem. And the challenge is our county delegation is not looking at this as a we problem. This is a we problem. And that's the way it needs to be addressed and solved.
Thank you. So I'll move on to the next question. This is for Dr. Sullivan. The mayor of Rutherford County is seeking to obtain legislative support during this session for granting Rutherford County the same authority on development taxes and impact fees that other various local governments have authority to engage in. What do you think of this idea, particularly as it relates to the school system?
So let me hit on the idea first. The idea is absolutely necessary. As Commissioner Wilson, Commissioner Oliver, and Davidson have talked about, the only avenue we have is property tax. And right now, property tax is really meant to fund the operations that you already have. It's not meant to fund additional buildings, and that's where we're struggling. Unfortunately, so last Wednesday, I was asked to go down with members of our county commission. I think we had 7 or 8 commissioners that went, and we didn't even get the bill heard on the floor. So it was in subcommittee. I had never been to the Hill before, and so to tell you that that is not the way I thought government worked. It was very disappointing, to say the least, that you have an amendment and you can't even you have an elected body of nobody from Rutherford County there, and we're just asking for that ability to be able to do it for Rutherford County, and it couldn't even get a motion to be heard. And so 3.5 minutes later, all the work that we've been working on for the last 4 minutes is over. And as I think Ms. Sharp or someone said, it was dead upon arrival. And you have our mayor, several commissioners, myself there, and I was just sitting there thinking, if that's the lack of respect that you get, I wish I would have stayed in the school system and done something for kids that day. So.
Well,
Absolutely.
all right. Does
Can I
anyone
just
else?
add something real quickly?
Yes,
Thank you. Since I've been on the school board, and I think it's probably been the last 10 years, from May to August of every year, we've had about 1,200 to 1,500 students, new students, come into our area every year. 1,200 students is like a middle school. So we've grown a middle school or a high school for the last 10 years without being able to build. So I know people just, I go the same way, we see the same thing, and we don't see the growth like Laura was talking about, but it's horrendous. It is horrendous. Y'all need to tell people we're closed. We're closed, 24/65, we're closed, because that's really the only way for people to stop moving here is for us to be able to get caught up. That's the only way.
And I'd like to add something there, because I've had a debate about that as well, because I'm like, why are we continuously approving this development when we don't have the infrastructure to support it? And we're being told, oh, it's against the law to not approve. No, it's not against the law, because if you have a reason why you can't support development, then why keep approving it? You don't have the schools, you don't have the roads, you don't have the firemen, policemen, everything that takes to run a development, then why keep approving it? So there's a disconnect there. There's a disconnect with the municipalities and with the county when it comes to approving this development.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, yes, sir.
This subject's just incredibly important, so we have to be clear on some stuff. So first of all, yes, I'm on real estate, and I've put my neck out and voted twice to support an impact fee. I can't tell you that that's unpopular with the lobby in Nashville. I just want to put that out before I make any other statements, because we need to be careful when we talk to each other. Let's not group each other into absolution groups. A lot of your realtors, please do not think when you hear statements from any side talking about realtors against them, how do you know that? You haven't talked to all of them. So just, there are lots of realtors, local developers, and home builders that do support an increase to an adequate facilities tax and or a discussion. There are discussions on that still alive right now. The impact fee is dead. That happened. There's no political will in Nashville to pull that, especially to get it through the entire full 99 member of the House. We only have 5 members out of 99 in the House. But let me say this, there is still some support and some life on an adequate facilities tax increase. We need anything we can get. Reason I say don't lump everyone together is we've really gotten nasty on each other and putting everyone into all realtors are against that. No, we're not. And let me clear this up about planning, because I'm on BZA in Smyrna. You only have a small amount of time. If someone has property and it is zoned to do something, roads is not actually state law. That's not enough of a reason to decline it. You can't. If people are allowed, if you have property and it's zoned a certain way, you are allowed to put on that property what it's allowed to do. You just have to obey the local codes, pull the permits. But if we actually were to turn it down and it's not a state remember, the state controls us, everybody. The counties and the cities only have the power that the state of Tennessee says you have. We cannot do a thing without them passing a resolution saying we can, okay? They won't let us turn it down without particular reasons. Otherwise, it can be appealed, and they call it arbitrary and capricious that we denied it. You can't do that. So housing developments get approved because simply the land is allowed to do it by zone, by ordinance. If they follow the codes and pull the permits, they can do it. Y'all, we have just been discovered. When you are the least expensive county in Middle Tennessee, you are a place of refuge. You will come from Davidson County. You will leave other counties and you will come here because we are the best value in the Middle Tennessee. What's happened is we're such a great value, everyone found us. Where our schools are so good for the bang for the buck, everyone's coming here. So we can't stop that because we don't own the county. We live in the county, but we can't stop it. We all would like to, but we can't. So we've got to move forward finding solutions on how to deal with it, which is why we're here tonight.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The next question is for Commissioner Davidson. We've probably gone over this, but why is the Rutherford County capital budget not keeping pace with the increased need for more schools?
Yeah, we've kind of
Yeah.
beat that horse, but
Yeah.
let me go ahead.
Yeah, just go ahead and answer that.
I did reach out to our county finance director and wanted to pick his brain so I could make sure that I gave you like the most current information, which we've discussed a lot tonight. But I'm not sure if everyone in this room or public is aware that 77 to 79% of the Rutherford County budget goes directly to the schools. So what's left is what we use primarily, I would say, for operations, but with the growth, the inflation, and the existing capital repairs on our aging schools, it's kind of cutting into that as well. So we need the impact fees. We're clearly not going to get the impact fees. I feel like with the population, and I believe it's, what is it, every year we get anywhere from 1,000 to 1,200 new students every year. There's a need for a new school every year. The funding just isn't there. And when we're looking at 77 to 79% of our overall county budget going to the schools, and then still having to take from what we have left to help, we're not even taking into account our own facilities that need help. We need fire stations, we need a little bit of everything, a new jail. We cannot fund those things if we still are struggling to fund the schools. And obviously your education is of the highest priority, but there just simply isn't any more money. The money that would normally go into operations is strictly going for growth infrastructure at this time.
Thank you. Anyone else have a comment? Thank you. The next question is for Mrs. Sharp. What is the policy on using portables? Is there a plan to eventually remove them from utilization?
We would love to rid our properties of portables. Number one, they're very expensive, but when we don't have room, we have to put the students in a portable. Over the years, we've looked at retail space and trying to move some classes here or there. And we just can't. We just spent $1 million on 10 portables late last year. And we have to have them. We don't want to use them, but we have to have them. We cannot allow the schools to be overcrowded because that in and itself causes more problems.
Yes.
They're not optimal. They're not what we want to do, but it is a quick fix for us to be able to have some more rooms for our students. Security-wise, we don't really talk about that. So if somebody has some questions, I'll talk off the record later for that.
So the next question, the follow-on question was, could you address the safety concerns that exist around having students or faculty in portables during the school day?
Right.
That was the follow-on.
Right. The follow-up is I won't discuss, we
Okay.
don't discuss our security
Security.
measures or any implementation that we have.
Or
for
any
that.
safety or anything like
Yes,
that?
ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any other comments? Yes, sir.
My predecessor, Commissioner Blair, told me, Phil, if you do one thing, you've got to continue the fight against trailers. Our children deserve better than trailers. You've got to continue fighting. And I'm going to tell you, my wife and I, she hears me complain all the time because just having to think about kids in trailers, I mean, it's a sheet metal building. I don't need to talk about any more than that. I mean, just going to the bathroom is a problem. You got to disrupt class, have a teacher leave. I mean, everything about it is absolutely horrific, but the only solution is building a brick and mortar building. That's the only solution. This whole conversation, if we leave here tonight unified, it's got to be that how are we going to pay for it? And you can't have a fight on one hand and say, you can never raise my property taxes, and then we say, but well, you don't want all the schools. It's impossible. Impossible. And I'm asking everyone, we got to come together, and what we need to do is have more conversations and say, here's what we can do, and here's what it would cost. Just like any family around the dinner table is going to do. We need to do this. How are we going to budget the money and do it? Because we can't get there quick. The 5-year plan is $850 million. With the way inflation is, by the time we get there, y'all, it's $1 billion. When I came into office a year and a half ago, our county debt was less than $400 million. The 5-year building plan on schools is $1 billion. We're not even talking about a jail we're going to need with a population increase. Our jail is full. This is where we are. I just want you to know the truth because we are absolutely trying our very best to at least get the information out so we can all talk about it. But we are not sitting on a bunch of money and not funding schools.
Okay.
We're not. That is not Rutherford County. That could be somewhere else. But I'm going to tell you now, it is not Rutherford County because if it was, my blood pressure would be lower.
Well, thank you so much.
Can I hit on that real
Yes,
quick?
yes.
So just a couple quick points to that. We are, as Commissioner Wilson mentioned, we built from 2010 to 2013 over 20 buildings. From 2013 to 2023, we built 6. And so that is part of where we are, and it's not necessarily the county commission's fault, that's just the price of construction. The $400 million used to cover, that covered $20 million, or 20 years of buildings. A high school is gonna cost $200 million now. And so that, $200 million. So you mentioned about portables, getting rid of them. If we don't get a new middle school and a new high school, my request in the next 2 years is going to be to purchase 40 to 50 portables a year. There's no other option. We've used our seats. It's going to be 40 to 50 portables per year until we get buildings built a year, every single year.
Yes, ma'am.
And also, the struggle of no land. So the
Yes.
developers are
There's that.
snatching it as fast as it hits, sometimes before it even hits the market. So where we used to could buy land and put a nice school on it, now we may be looking at smaller plots of land and building up. If we can get it before the developers get it.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. The last question that I have is for Commissioner Oliver and Mrs. Darby. What are the various methods that a resident can use to become informed as well as to be able to express their opinions or thoughts on different situations impacting school overcrowding in Rutherford County, particularly LaVergne?
I'll let you go first. Okay. I would say parents have to get involved. You don't necessarily have to show up in person. All of these meetings are televised. They're easy to watch on YouTube if you're unavailable at the time we have our meetings. Communicating with your school board members, your principals, your director of schools, and even more importantly, your state reps, your legislators. Because if we don't collectively, as Rutherford County, as Commissioner Oliver spoke to earlier, it's a we problem. And if they don't start hearing from Rutherford County, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. So we have to start really being vocal, sending emails, making phone calls, coming together, I think, as a county to really push for the things that we need that will help our community, such as the impact fees and things of that nature. The more they hear from us, the harder we are to ignore. I think it's easy, you know, as a parent, if everything is going well for your kid, you probably aren't paying attention to school board meetings. You're probably not paying attention to what's going on at the commission meetings. Everything's going well, so you're just, you know, don't rock the boat. But the problem is, this is going to affect everybody's children eventually. It's no secret, we have converted closets into classrooms. We're using portables, as I stated earlier, like every available space we have. And with the amount of building I am seeing coming, we're out of space. There just isn't any more. There are no more closets to convert. There's only so much land we have to even put portables on. So this is a problem that really needs to be addressed, and it's going to have to be addressed from multifaceted avenues. And one of those is the community coming together, talking to our state reps and our legislators, and hearing from parents so that we understand what's going on at their particular school. We have over 50 schools. We don't all know what's happening at every school, the commissioners, the school board members, and if we don't hear from people, there's no way for us to know the ins and outs. If you're the one with the child at that school, you know better than we do what's happening in the ins and outs that day, so.
Thank you. I agree with what Ms. Darby said, but first and foremost, I think citizens need to be registered to vote, because your vote is your voice.
Okay.
You can go to school board meetings, commission meetings. If you're not registered to vote, you're not a constituent, nobody's really gonna pay attention, totally honest. With the horrific thing that happened last year with the shooting, and all of the constituents, all of the citizens that went to the Hill to protest and want gun safety, my question was, how many of you are actually registered to vote? How many of you actually exercise your right to vote? Your vote is your voice. Like Ms. Darby said, the meetings are recorded, but show up. Let them see you. Let us see you. We want to see you. Take the 3 minutes to speak. If it's something you're in favor of or you're opposed, let us hear from you. That is important. That is most important.
Yes, sir.
So everyone in the room probably watches school board meetings. In the school board races, all kinds of social media. When I was campaigning, the number one question I had from people was, number one, why do you keep knocking on my door? The next question was, what's a county commissioner?
Yep.
Let me make sure I'm very clear. I hope you've gotten from me that money's the problem. We have a bunch of people that know what we need to do, and you can tell them what you want them to do, and they can do it. If we don't have the money, nothing happens. That's the same way in my personal life. Most people have no idea what the county commission does. They don't pay attention. Your health and education committee, we are absolutely working nonstop to have the hard discussions to get to the bottom of this thing. And most people have no idea, number one, there's even a county commission meeting, what they do, much less the health and education committee. We got one job, funding. We are not the school board. We are not curriculum. That's state stuff. Man, my job is to find the money.
Thank you. Before we move forward, does anyone have any final remarks that they'd like to make?
I would just agree with Commissioner Wilson. It would make my job a whole lot easier having to go and beg, borrow, and not steal. Beg and borrow the county commission to ask for things if everyone was aware of what was going on. Yes.
Yeah, our issue is not, we know what to do. We can't afford it. We'd go buy the land and build 5 schools tomorrow, and I'm going to tell you, man, that would be great. This is money. It's trying to figure out, because I don't want to tax me and you to get it.
No.
Because we're already taxed out of our minds. I mean, who can afford it? We got families that can't afford more tax, not $1. What are we supposed to do? Their kids need seats, but they're struggling at the grocery store. That's falling on us. It's a tough job. So we've got to have your help, because we can't do both. We can't build the buildings, and we don't have a way to get the funds. So if anything, thank you, League of Women Voters, because you guys are having these meetings and getting the word out. And that's what we've got to do. We've got to work together. Everyone has to understand where we're at so we can work together on it. It's going to be a balance.
We can't do it all, but we also can't do nothing. We have to do something. And it's going to have more costs than it does now. There is no path away from that. I don't know what that looks like right now. I'm just telling you, we're going to have to work on it together and work with us. It's the last thing we want to do is look at any Rutherford County and say the only way we can do this is for all of us to pay more. It kills me. But we're going to have that conversation, or we're just going to have to freeze and deteriorate. And I don't think that that's what we want for our future. It's not what we want for the next generation, and it's not what we're fighting to do with our kids and our grandkids.
Thank you.
I'll have one more thing to say to go along with what you said. It is about the money, but I cannot express enough the importance of voting, because the persons that are making decisions about the money that comes to this county are sitting up there at Capitol Hill. It is an election year. Your vote is your voice. They have the money, but it's how the money is allocated. And so you have to get out and vote.
Thank you.
I can't say that enough.
Thank you. Ms. Sharp?
Thank you. I don't want to speak for everybody else, but I believe we don't want to be in the building business. We want to be in the education business and working with our kids and doing new CTE programs and things like that. But we have restrictions on classroom sizes. We have restrictions if they're special ed. We have restrictions if they're ESL. We have to meet those. And literally, we have classrooms that have 4 classrooms in the middle of a classroom to be able to meet those requirements. So we're not, and no one has said that we are, but we're just not saying we want some new buildings. We have to have some new buildings. And we're forced to have a major building program. But
I would love not to do that on a daily
Yeah,
basis,
yeah,
as you all would
yeah.
as well.
Because Ms. Darby and I we've looked at 8 or 9 pieces of property up here on the north end. It's so many plates that are spinning at one time. We get a lead on this, and by the time we talk to them, it's already bought. Or this one over here is up for sale, but the family doesn't want to sell it. There's so many moving pieces when building and getting the land, and then getting to the point, the sales cycle, as they say, our building cycle, funding and everything, and getting to the point where we're opening it. We are shortening that space, but there's only so much we can do. Like Commissioner Wilson says, we've got to have the money.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Darby.
I would just like to bring up one more thing that hasn't really been talked about, because we've been focused on new building, but if you've watched any of the school board meetings, you know I'm passionate about it. We have some very old school buildings in Rutherford County. Several that within the next few years are going to be in need of major renovation. And when we talk about the deferred maintenance, we're talking about roofs and HVAC systems, not necessarily a renovation of an entire building. And so when Commissioner Wilson speaks about the funding being the issue, it really is an issue, and it's not just for the new schools, but it's for some of these older schools that are in desperate need of some major renovating. So it's also something else to think about, that it's not just a new school building problem. We also need the funding to take care of our older buildings as well.
Thank you. Yes,
I just
sir.
want to give you one action item. So this is a copy of our current budget. This is available publicly to everybody. So is every budget we've passed for 2 decades. Here's what I want to do. To make it easier on everybody in this room, if you'd like to just get acquainted with the budget and what you're looking at, come see me. I'm going to give you my card. It has my cell phone number and my email address. If you will email me, I will send you the direct link to get this copy of PDF, so it's easier for you to navigate to, and send me an email and ask a question. Because I want you to see where the pennies go and what's going on, and help any way I can, because once you guys understand, you can pass it on to your friends, and it just goes on from there. And then everyone understands. And then these things that we're hearing about, before I got in here, I didn't know where every penny went. Now that I do and I see what we need, it's a bit frightening. But at least I understand it, so I know what the need is and I know where to go. But I'm happy to help you with it. Come see me. I'm going to hand you my card. It's got my information. Send me an email, text me. Let me send you a link and start taking a look at this, and let me help you with any questions that you've got. I'm happy to do it, because we're all in this together. We really are.
Thank you. So I would like to thank each of you for your responses to the questions. The program will now transition to having audience participation. So I will now turn the program over to Megan Carter, co-president of the League of Women Voters, so that she can lead our discussion.
And we do have a couple of minutes left in the program for any questions that the audience might have. What I would ask is that if you're comfortable, come up to the microphone. Otherwise, our TV folks cannot hear you or see you. Also, I would ask that you keep your comments brief and your questions targeted, and we'll rely on our experts, if that's okay, to answer these questions. Anybody have a question so far? Who wants to start? Well, let's let the famous guy start.
So, my question is more towards the county commission. So, cities are limited as far as moratoriums they can do. Typically, it's tied around water, sewer capacity, and schools, if you run the school district. And I know we've had conversations about the impact fee, about incorporating that into city impact fees, which we can't do because we don't run the schools. What are your thoughts on the county for the unincorporated areas that y'all control, putting a moratorium in place that stops the building? Now, that doesn't handle the whole county, just the unincorporated areas. And that gives y'all leverage to bring the Builders Association, the Realtors Association, the state delegation together to try to find a better solution versus just getting a 25% on top of the adequate facilities tax. Thoughts?
I have two. Number one, we're right at the end of Plan Rutherford that's giving us, they're going to be delivering us a comprehensive plan of what we're looking to do with those areas, including the agriculture areas, because one of the big concerns we've had has been we need to protect our agriculture. You know, we need to protect the percentage we have because we need local farmers in this area, especially we're going to have food issues at some point. We need to have access to grow our own food. So let me bring up that as far as a moratorium, I'm always going to be a no on a moratorium. I don't think that's ever the solution to dealing with it. However, I want to look at the Plan Rutherford plan first, find out what we're looking at, because there will be some changes made to how we're protecting some areas, agricultural based, and we need to agree on that before we even considered what we do, because you said it right already. What happens for everybody, just so you know, when you have a new area that there's a subdivision approved that's in unincorporated, if you run sewer out there, there's an annexation application. He's right, it goes into the cities normally, is what happens a lot. And he's right, we have very little building in the unincorporated areas right now. It's mostly in the city limits. But I'm a no on a moratorium. I'd like to find a better answer than ever denying someone any opportunities to do what the zoning's for. That's my personal opinion. I'd rather find a solution otherwise. But even particularly, I would like to see this plan that's coming out, I believe in the next few months, we're going to find out what the plan was. And it had a lot to do with future school growth, as you guys know. Y'all had some input to Plan Rutherford, so I'd like to see what their comprehensive plan looks like. And decisions, as you know from our County Planning Commission, they are discussing that exact thing, but they want to see the plan as well. So that word has come up in the Planning Commission in the county. They want to see what we're doing as far as I know with that comprehensive plan first to see what we need to do.
Thank you.
Mayor Cole, if I can, just real quick. I think you're spot on. 25% increased adequate facilities tax is going to take us 5 years to be able to build a small elementary school. Any additional revenue is nice, but it's not going to do anything that we need as far as big revenue to get things done. Totally agree.
Hello, my name is Leanne Carmack. I've moderated one of these before, last time with you, Mr. Wilson, and I follow this issue closely, especially the school vouchers. I did not support charters, and I don't support religiously affiliated charters, but I do see the need for charters in our growth perspective. My question is, we know the state has the money. You guys are putting the burden on the taxpayer rather than yelling at your legislators to give us the money. And you speak about, we need money, we need money. We're not the people to get the money from. It's the state. So, as Ms. Oliver says, you've got to vote because the people in the legislature are holding the purse strings, you guys. So, what are your thoughts about holding public officials and elected public officials more accountable. And you guys speaking up, because I've written to every representative in Murfreesboro, they're all voting for the voucher system. So hold their feet to the fire. You guys have more power than me writing a letter.
I promise you, we have yelled at them.
Well,
Agreed.
yell louder,
I promise you. we
because
have.
I'm yelling with you now.
I'll tell you that director of schools is is a larger voice than I guess I realized. And so
Yes.
being vocal about some of these things ended up getting our county mayor a phone call for me to not do those type of things, which I will continue to do because it is my job to advocate for education in the school system, not what's politically the most favorite thing. So.
Exactly. So please speak up, you guys, because they are hearing from us, but they're still not siding with your constituents and your counties and the people you're representing.
They
So-
need more phone calls, more texts.
Yes.
More emails. And they just they can be short and sweet. You can just
Oh,
say,
yeah.
I'm not for vouchers, I'm not for this, or I'm not for that.
I've got everybody's phone number on my speed dial. I call them almost every day.
Yeah, I promise you, every single one of us, I mean, I can show you texts where I have sent texts and said, please do not vote for this. This is going to be detrimental for our school system.
And
And
so when this happens, because I think as much as we're fighting, and I'm fighting hard with you guys, I think it's gonna pass.
Agree.
And so are we gonna hold these politicians accountable when this passes and when we turn into Arizona, where people are now making up students just to get the funds? It's a totally fraudulent
I'll be at
scheme.
the Senate hearing on Wednesday.
Great.
So
I'll be
I'm
watching
not
you.
asked, I'm not asked to testify. I was just
Yeah.
asked one of 11 superintendents
Well,
to be
you,
there, so
you
I'll be
can't
there.
get to, I mean, it's hard to get to testify anymore either, so. I guess there's no question there, but please, everybody, speak louder, because it is gonna hurt our community.
I will say, for the 1100th time. Your voice is heard at the ballot box. We need candidates to step up and run, because a lot of these races are unopposed, and you need to vote. You need to vote. Voter education, voter mobilization, because contrary to popular belief, these legislators are not speaking for the majority. Because a lot of Tennessee voters don't even go to the polls. So they're really speaking for the minority. But voter education, voter registration, voter mobilization, we need to get people involved, engaged, and to the ballot box and vote.
Thank you.
Like Oliver Mann. I second your motion, and I would expand it to say, run for office. I think it's wonderful that you got these folks here. See, we got school board, and we got county commission, and we got the, all that other stuff. Here's what you don't have. But this is like a bus. You can do another one of these in 20 minutes. Another bus. Where's the state legislator? Yeah. Where's the federal legislator? You know, invite Marsha Blackburn, invite Desjardins, invite Green, all right? Because there's a lot of people. Do you think schools across this country aren't having problems? Schools across this country are problems. I'm a retired Air Force Light Colonel. I've moved around a lot, probably lived in 20 different places. You live out west. They got something called ranges and townships. Does anybody know what that is? You're an educator, you probably should know. Ranges and townships says the land is broken up into a big old checkerboard. There's sections, quarter sections, quarter sections, and education gets land that's earmarked for them. It's set aside for them. Now, we don't have anything like that here. Maybe we could. Maybe we could, all right? You go out west. You go into like rural Texas, you know, and they don't have a lot of money, and they have a lot of kids, and they've got to build schools. And I don't know what they call them around here, but out west we call them Butler buildings, steel buildings, all right? They seem to be a little less expensive than the brick and mortar and the granite and the marble and the brass and all that other stuff. I'm sure that you would have neighborhoods that would throw a fit if you put up a Butler building when everybody else has got a brick and mortar building, but you know what? They are cheaper.
We call those portables.
Yes.
No, they're not portables. It's a huge building. It's a huge building. I mean, you've got a vacant State Farm office down in Murph. How many square feet is that thing?
It's too big, and
It's too big.
It's too big. It's too big, and that building, there's an 8-year contract on that from another State Farm.
I
that you
am
would
so
have to pay
glad
out
that you have
money.
all the details on that. That's great,
Yeah.
because you're thinking. You're
Yeah,
thinking
'cause
about all
trust
the
me,
solutions.
we looked
do
at
not
every
have
single way we
Okay.
could use that building.
Now, and I tipped my hand earlier, I'm going to use euphemisms. Do you know what those are? I'm sure you do. We've got a lot of newcomers. Some of them need a little bit of help with English as a second language. I'm not going to ask how many there are in the school district. I don't know if I'd even get a good answer. But I will ask,
7,600.
how many ESL teachers is that? I was going to ask ESL teachers.
Divide it by 35, I can give you an answer real quick.
35, wow.
So, over 200.
All right, so that is a burden. You know, welcoming guests, you know, you wanna treat your guests right when they come. But it costs money, and they take a seat. And the president and his administration has decided that we're just gonna invite everybody. Well, everybody costs. How much money are you getting from the federal government to offset those additional seats? I think I know the answer. I think it's zero, isn't it? That's kind of a shame. I wonder if Senator Blackburn or Congressman Desjardins would have an opinion about that, whether or not they could go fight for Tennessee on the floor of the Senate. All right, are these reasonable questions?
They are, too. As a school director, my job is to educate all kids regardless of where they come from. So
You know what?
I'm not getting involved in that immigration issue.
I went to Iraq 3 times for all the good it did, and there's one picture, and I know there's other people want to talk.
There are other folks who would like to speak.
Yes, sir.
Somebody catch me afterwards about the three little girls in their black and white gowns cutting through the storage field to get to school for the first time in their lives.
Thank you.
Can I just do a follow-up as it relates to federal funding? Because you got a state legislator that's refusing federal funding for a lot of things. So we still have to think about that.
Who's that?
Federal funding is available, but then you have legislators that are refusing federal money. When it comes to Medicaid expansion, health care, talking about refusing funding for education, things of that nature. So there are federal funds that are available that there's discussions about refusing federal funding. So just having federal funding available doesn't mean necessarily that it's going to come into the state to alleviate the problems.
Bright light fixes that.
My name is Mariah Phillips, and one of the things I want to speak to, and I'm just going to be brief. When I walk along the Greenway in Murfreesboro, and instead of seeing the birds chirping and the green that's supposed to be along the Greenway, I now see the back of a Costco and the freeway and the gun range. And so I think about, I've talked a lot about smart development and building in our county. And, we move a lot of these large businesses here and we give them great tax breaks when Costco comes to town, but then they also bring in many of their employees to take those good jobs. And they also bring their 3 cars and their 2.5 kids. And since money is the issue, and this is more for our county commission and planning commission, I know was mentioned earlier, but when are we gonna stop giving those tax breaks to those large corporations and help and hold them responsible for paying some of the fees that the taxpayers are carrying the burden for now? And so that's kind of a question for the county commission, but I think that it would be really valuable to reconsider our tax dollars going to our schools and our citizens instead of the businesses that are bringing in their own, more citizens with them.
May I answer that? Do you care if I answer? Look, it's the IDB board, and we've been trying to get a seat on the IDB board, Industrial Development Board, for years because we don't have a voice in that. And yes, they bring people here. We're closed. We don't need anybody here. We don't need to give anybody any more tax breaks. Because if they give a $2 million tax break, half of that money should have come to the school system. There's a pilot program at Nissan that I've talked about for 2 or 3 years now. Nissan here in Smyrna has the tax break, and they don't have to pay anything. And arguably, probably our students are their workforce. If you go one county over to Williamson County, they have to pay an infrastructure fee and the a school tax over there. What's the difference between their kids and our kids? There is no difference. They're better funded, but their IDB board is making them pay that money. And we've got plenty of industry here. We don't need anybody else to come here.
I'll give Ms. Sharp credit. She brought this up 2 years ago, and then we brought it up again
I've
this
been
year.
fussing
And
about it for.
we've gotten our hands slapped every time we bring it up, but we'll
and
probably bring it
so-
up again, so.
So if anybody has any inroads, please go get on the IDB board and help us out. That's what we need. It's not us. We don't have anything to do with that.
I do have to speak up and say something.
Oh, I knew it.
Again, I have a problem with grouping and absolutions. There are case-by-case situations. I'm not defending any of them or even being particular. But for instance, the town of Smyrna and the county, we just approved a TIF for Seward's Landing for that development. That is going to bring a $5.98 to $1 investment cost to receiving ratio. That is 6 to 1. An IDB board anywhere in the country, if you get $3 to 1 on your investment, you're back in your community, you're going to dive at that. This is 6 to 1. You have to. So what I'm saying is, it's individual. I can't answer for everything. If the state gives a break, that's the state. But I can tell you that you look at each individual application and say, what is the development? How many jobs? What's the real return? A 6 to 1 return, because here's the deal, and I have to be real careful with my words here, because I understand the way you feel, giving tax breaks to people and we don't get the money. But you cannot do absolutions. You must look at each one and say, what are they bringing? What's the job? Because I'm thinking about all the parents that say, my kids cannot afford to live in Rutherford County. Then I've got to help you get 6-figure paying jobs for your children to stay here. I can't do that if we just stop. We can't stop. If we stop, we die, and the kids will never have a house here. So it's very complicated. It's not this easy. So I just want to make sure I understand every side of this. I don't want to give tax breaks to people and companies to come in and they exploit us. But we also have to look at creating jobs and opportunities so our kids can stay here, and they've got to have high-paying enough jobs because they are going other places. They are going to Williamson, they're going to places. You have to fight to get enough business to come here that pay enough wage to have our kids come. We can't keep just having jobs that pay $40,000 and less. They got to pay more. So what I'm saying is, I hear you. And we do not need to give breaks where we're being exploited and there's something nasty at it. But please, everybody, no absolutions. Take each application's merit based on what it does for your community, which is why your local government is so important. That they are looking at that application saying, this is worth us making. A TIF investment, by the way, is only in infrastructure, meaning public access roads and sidewalks that the developer gets, but he builds all. It's very complicated. But you've got to trust some of the people doing it and ask us questions about it. When you've got a return like that, not doing it would be worse. And I'll make one more comment. Seward's Landing, most of you don't know, that is R6. That was absolutely zoned for apartments. If that did not go to a commercial development that's going to pay back not only hotel, motel tax, property tax, and sales tax, 50% of your sales tax, wherever you spend it, in whatever county you spend it in, goes back directly to education in that county. If you go to that outlet mall in Antioch and you spend your money, 50% of your tax money goes to Metro. If you just come across the line and go to BJ's, right here in LaVergne, 50% of your tax dollars go to fund education in Rutherford County. Do you see how important it is? That is money staying in your pocket and not coming out of our pockets, but you got to spend it here. If we don't have Costco here, and I have no idea what breaks they got, but people were going to Costco in Franklin right and left. At least they stopped. and they're going to the Costco here, and at least we're getting 50% of the money for education. Do you see how complicated it is? So please, everybody, help me. Don't go into absolutions. Go into a case-by-case thing and figure out, is it really going to help the county, or is it really going to help the business, and then make your decision accordingly. It's very important.
He knows me from the last one. As I get closer, that's.
She actually pops me in the back of the head.
I just want to make sure that everybody that has a question has an opportunity to express that. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Thank you. There's a lot of national conversations about corporations and hedge funds purchasing single-family homes, and I'm just curious if we're seeing any effect through the school board and your budgets with these corporations purchasing these homes.
From a school system perspective, that'd be so far out of our realm that we wouldn't know unless, I don't even know how we would know it.
Okay. Well, because I want to answer your question, but not necessarily on where it hits us is it's how many kids are in the house. Because here's what we have with multi-generational families. You have a situation that we've got multiple generational families living in one house because they can't afford to live on their own. Here's your problem with your tax collection system. Your tax system goes back generations that was built around a single family home and that with 1.5 kids. That's what you're built on. Well, because of the high cost of housing, we have multiple families living in a home. Remember, let's just make the math easy. Let's say $10,000 per child per year for education, guys. That is what it is. Let's say it's 70-30. Tissa, we're getting 70%. We kick in $3,000, right? If you have 2 kids, that's $6,000, right? You're only paying the county less than $2,000 in taxes. You're already, that household, just that one with 2 children, you're already being subsidized by someone else that doesn't have kids in the system. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? The problem with what you're saying is as we get in more rental housing and things like that, and depending on the amount of people in the house, we have a new problem that we've never experienced, which is an antiquated tax system. We don't have single families in homes. We have multiple families going into a dwelling because they can't afford to live on their own. The system is not designed to pay for that. This is a new problem we do not have a solution for, and I'm going to tell you, I never shut up about it because it's happening now, and it's not going to get any better soon. And later on, I'm like, if you don't start discussing the fact that our tax system was built on a style of living that we don't have anymore, if you don't start having those discussions, how are we going to pay for anything?
Good question.
Spot on. I will say one outside of LaVergne, Smyrna, Stewart's Creek is also where we are seeing some of our largest number of families who are double, triple, quadrupling into one house, but that house is only paying property tax for 7 or 8 kids. And so, spot on.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Luis Mata. First of all, I want to thank you all and also the League of Women Voters for coordinating such a pertinent discussion. I do just want to reiterate and quickly point out that whatever the reason may be, there is no one from our state delegation behind me or in this room tonight. Whatever the issue may be or whatever the circumstance might be, they clearly did not prioritize this tonight. And I think that should be noted. And, you know, time after time, it's been made loud and clear that they don't have their finger on the pulse of the real issues impacting our local communities. From going against our local leaders' calls to oppose Governor Billy's voucher scam, which siphons public tax dollars away from our already underfunded public schools, even though 90% of Tennessee students attend public schools, to dragging their feet and neglecting to take much needed action to provide the real solutions, such as impact fees, to equitably and responsibly fund our growth. This is a clear pattern of leadership failure during a time when it is so urgent for all of us to be coming together and working together, as Commissioner Wilson mentioned, to solve these real issues. The real issues that should not be political and the real issues that should not be divisive. So my question is to you all, what message do you have to our state leaders? Thank you.
That's my problem, and I'm just going to be honest about it. I have a text to my phone from Robert, man. Robert Stevens said, man, I wish I could be there. We're going to be in session all night. I mean, he literally texted me before I'm coming here. So I just, what I want to say is I'm not, whatever you want to say about what they're doing and their total job, that's fine. But to say why they're not here tonight, I'm just being honest, man. The text says right here, I had hoped to get to the town hall, but we were going to be in session for hours. It literally says that. So I'm just saying, they couldn't be here if they wanted to. I'd say it for you too if you were elected, man. I just have to speak the truth. I'm sorry. We can talk about what they're doing or not doing. It's just someone said, house. I'm just saying with priorities, that's not fair, man. If someone did that to me, I would hope they'd speak up and say, well, Wilson's in a house session. He can't make it. That's all. I just had to say it. I'm sorry. It's just only fair. I'm just trying to make sure everyone needs to deal with each other fairly, you know, and everyone should be accountable, everyone for their actions. But
And for the record, the commission did have all of our delegation to our courthouse. We had a big presentation. We talked about the schools. We talked about the impact fees. And here we are. So while everyone screams, we have more pull, we should yell, we should email, we should call, we had them there in person. We have emailed. We've put together so much, and in 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
And those same delegates were there.
Correct.
They were there. They've been in our house, and we've shown videos, we've had conversations, we've presented numbers, and
Sent
here we are.
resolutions, you name it.
Here we are, begging for help.
well, and let me say this: no matter what happens or who's elected, you got five out of 99 from this county. I mean, man, the political will in Nashville, you got to get the other votes. I'm not defending our 5 or any 5. I'm just saying there are 94 other people in that house that you got to get a majority vote. And everyone in here that runs for House, and if you make it, you're going to have the same pressure. You got to get a majority vote. You got to understand that. Everyone wants to come in and say, I won't go in and slash the budget and save taxpayers. Try doing that in Education County Commission. You have the maintenance of effort. You can't cut it. The number one thing happens when people run against you is, man, I'm going to go in there and we're going to cut the budget and slash them and say, you can't.
It's the legal minimum.
We
There's nothing you can cut.
have legal minimums on most of the services we provide. There is no cutting it. The only area we can cut, this is horrible, it is nonprofits. If we start cutting money to nonprofits, to some of them that are actually food banks, that's a community issue. We're helping give those guys some. It's little money. It's not large dollars. But my point is, everyone wants to come in and say, I'm going to go in and do this. But do you really know you can do it? Be very careful. Be very careful. I'm glad I didn't talk too much when I ran in and said, I want to keep taxes low. I never said no tax increase, because how in the world could you think you could do that? Being responsible and keeping your taxes low, I hope I prove to you tonight, is something I am absolutely committed to doing. But I'm also committed to saying to you, if we need schools, we need to build them. Let's talk it out together and say, hey, do we need to put a few more bucks in? Are we willing as a community to do it? If you're not, you're not.
Can I also, Dr. Sullivan, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit, but could you speak a little bit so that the community can understand how we're such a large county, but a lot of the decisions that are made aren't based off of the large counties. They're based off of some of the smaller ones.
Yes, and so that was a great point. So there's 99 House members and 20-something Senate members. 33 Senate members, and when you look at it from our perspective, even if we had delegates that were out there, representatives, most of your power in this state is in your rural districts, just by the sheer volume. And so when you talk about getting consensus, I agree 100%. I'd argue I wish that our elected officials would be more of an advocate, and that would be all that I can.
Just had the 5 to be collectively
That would be a great advocacy.
and supportive.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Yeah. That would be awesome.
Yeah.
And I do just want to note that the House floor session ended at 6:13 tonight. So.
Yeah, I mean, that text was like 5 o'clock or something. We started at 6. Right. I was just being fair. I'm not picking on by. I'm just saying, like I said, I would hope if someone said something about me, then someone would say something, because they literally could not get here from Nashville.
So what you're saying is they could have been here. They were done an hour and a half ago. They could have come straight here.
Man, that's real tough. You're being tough on them. You're being tough. I know, it's fine. Just,
what would you say?
you don't know about the conversations afterwards or what's going on. Just come on, man. Just be fair.
I would agree. Are we gonna go down? Or you want me to stop?
I think we're preparing to wrap it up.
Okay, well, I will agree that someone could have been here. Someone could have been here, whether they were invited or not, someone would have been here. And like I told you all, I had one of them say, y'all have a problem. And I'm like, you're a Rutherford County citizen, we have a problem. So, I'll leave it at that.
So, Ms. Davison, do you have a comment? I'm going to go down the line. Ms. Sharp.
Thank you. I have one question. Everyone who is of age, raise your hand if you're registered to vote. So I think everybody in here is registered to vote. Yeah,
And
tomorrow.
tomorrow
Go
is
vote
an
tomorrow.
election day.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for having us.
Ms. Darby.
I just want to say thank you for having us. Thank you to y'all for showing up. It is truly heartwarming when we see people actually show up and start to care about issues and really start trying to get involved, because without the involvement of the community, these few people, as much as you think we might have pull, we don't have anywhere near the amount of pull if the community actually came together and did it.
Thank you. Ms. Bratton.
I want to thank everyone for having us. This was lovely. I didn't get to come last time, but Bobby was kind enough to invite me to come back. And then I want to say one other thing. As a former teacher, the greatest joy is to have someone in the audience that was your student.
How many?
The biggest, I just have one. But you saw her at the very beginning. Mary Catherine belongs to me.
Thank you. And Dr.
I'll just
Sullivan.
add that, again, echo everyone's sentiments for having us here, but I think this whole community is in dire straits to where we truly have to look at it of, if we want the education system that we have had for decades, then it's going to require investment. Otherwise, we're not going to have the education system. And I've lived my entire life here in this community, and it terrifies me, but you have to have seats for kids in order for them to be successful. And that's why this was so important.
Okay.
Okay, just a couple of more minutes of your time, if you don't mind. First of all, on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Murfreesboro and Rutherford County, I really want to thank all of you very much for taking the time. You have shared such extraordinary information and insights and thoughts and passion and wisdom about what's important and what next steps we need to take as a community. So we're very blessed to have you, and we thank you very much for doing that. We especially want to thank you guys as well. You all, you know, like them, have families and jobs, and for you to take the time to come and be with us tonight. We really, truly value that and appreciate it. You do really need to get your voices heard, though. I think what the commissioner said was really important. Voting's important. Speaking to them, speaking to our legislators, that's what the League of Women Voters is all about. That's what we do across the state. And we have an advocacy committee, so if you have the bill numbers for that funding that you were talking about, adequate facilities, please let us know, and we will get that word out across the state to support it. And Dr. Sullivan, would love to learn more about the impact fees and why that did not go anywhere. That's very disappointing and discouraging, and we need to work on changing that from a statewide perspective. I also wanted to thank Commissioner Wilson for recognizing us for doing this, but particularly the mayor, Mayor Cole, and Commissioner Hope immediately sent me an email and said, hey, you're doing that in Smyrna, we want it in LaVergne, okay? And I said, really? And they said, yes. And he would not back down. He just said, you are coming here, and neither did the commissioner. So you thank those two political leaders in particular for insisting that we work hard to bring this forum to all of you. And so with that, again, we want to thank each and every one of you for your leadership and your support and your commitment to our education and our children and our whole community. And want to thank all of you for being with us this evening. Have a great evening. Stay safe. Drive home. And remember tomorrow's election day.